Nigeria and across the globe, Souq News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to Souq News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At Souq News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. Souq News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. Souq News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiescenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture. not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for a neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't to use it much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souq News.
Well, I think as the name goes, we are still faring very well. We are still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and Federal Capital Territory, plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Project, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phone to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Corps. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. Okay. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, you don't need, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources. We have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of and then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions, but the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, okay. But you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has was supposed to be, has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or whereas this is a sector that is, you need long-term fund. You need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDBSC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that.
3 billion.
Almost 3 billion. We're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that there is the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator, because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are building, the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Odeonije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of but they are doing a good work, because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way leave issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above neck, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri, and because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, but you know they need to change the oil and make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbers. Initially, NDPC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our... But because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the networks. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPC. It's like LNG. I mean, LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. Of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPC. I'm really hoping that we'll move and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. There's a lot of confusion in the society, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discourse as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunication sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
you have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get. I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too. This is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take one, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of because petrol burns faster. You use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. Okay. I mean, not only intelligent meters. Okay. So that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What was the intelligent network? What will you do?
Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your distance. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobil Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Sea Force Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had 2 options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Girigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Girigu Power PLC. Girigu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira. and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zeno was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded 2 theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory. setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update on Souq News Television. I'm Oyepriye Kromale. Nigeria's crude oil production dropped to 1.39 million barrels per day in September 2025, its lowest level in 7 months and below the OPEC allocation of 1.5 million barrels per day, according to the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. The figure obtained through direct communication with Nigerian authorities represents a decline from 1.434 million barrels per day recorded in August. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission attributed the drop to disruptions from a 3-day strike by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria amid its dispute with Dangote Refinery. The shutdown of several production and export facilities during the strike slowed output and export schedules. The NUPRC data showed that total crude and condensate production averaged 1.581 million barrels per day in September, comprising 1.39 million barrels per day of crude and 191,373 barrels per day of condensates. Now, the Lagos state government has announced that construction of the $3 billion Green Line Rail project linking Marina to the Lekki corridor will commence in December 2025. The Commissioner of Transportation, Oluwaseun Osiemi, confirmed this in a statement on Monday, describing the initiative as one of the state's most ambitious transport projects to date. The 70-kilometer line, which will be developed in phases over 2 to 3 years, will run from Marina through Victoria Island, Lekki, Ajah, Sangotedo, and Ekpe, with 17 stations and a projected capacity of 35,000 passengers per hour. The project, led by China Harbour Engineering Company under the public-private partnership, is designed to ease congestion along the Lekki-Ekpe corridor and support the state's long-term rail mass transit network. The government has also committed 146.14 billion naira as counterpart funding in the 2025 budget. Authorities have begun clearing encroachments and relocating traders in preparation for the construction, while the government promises minimal disruption and adequate compensation for affected residents. According to CME, the Green Line will improve quality of life, attract investments, and create jobs, marking another step forward as the Lagos state government integrates multi-modal transport vision. Moving on, the European Union has approved a 190 million euros, about 320.5 billion naira credit line through the European Investment Bank to expand lending to Nigerian farmers and agri-businesses via commercial banks and development finance institutions. The facility was announced during a bilateral meeting between the senior EIB officials and a delegation from Nigeria's Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning at the Global Gateway Forum in Brussels. The EIB Director for International Partnerships, Thoraya Trick, said the initiative aims to strengthen Nigeria's agricultural value chains in cocoa and dairy product while promoting climate-smart and sustainable farming. The package combines credit and technical assistance to de-risk agricultural lending and build institutional capacity for long-term financing. Nigeria's delegation reaffirmed the government's commitment to reforms under the renewed Hope agenda to attract sustainable investment. The funding aligns with the European Union's Global Gateway strategy and is expected to enhance food security, create jobs, and boost the competitiveness of Nigeria's agri-food exports. Oil prices rose on Tuesday as signs of easing tension between the United States and China boosted investor confidence, lifting hopes for stronger global demand. Brent crude futures gained 22 cents or 0.4% to $63.54 per barrel, while the U.S. West Texas Intermediate climbed by the same margin to $59.71 per barrel as of 4:05 a.m. GMT. Analyst says that the Souq Bank and oil steadied after the U.S. President Donald Trump signaled a softer tone toward China and expressed a readiness to meet President Xi Jinping in South Korea this month. The renewed engagement followed weeks of tariff threats and export control disputes among both nations that had unsettled energy markets. Now, despite the modest rebound, the market sentiment remains fragile as Beijing recently expanded its rare earth export controls, while the Trump administration threatened fresh 100% tariffs and software restrictions from November the 1st. Analysts noted that China's move to impose levies on U.S.-owned ships, including oil tankers, caused several last-minute cancellations and higher freight costs. Meanwhile, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries and its allies, including Russia, stated in their latest monthly report that the global supply shortfalls will narrow in 2026 as OPEC Plus moves ahead with gradual output increases. Now, the United States and China have begun collecting new port fees on vessels linked to each other, marking a significant shift in global shipping costs. China confirmed it has started imposing charges on U.S.-owned, operated, built or flagged ships, while exempting Chinese-built vessels and those entering its shipyards for repairs. The United States will begin collecting similar fees from China-linked ships on October 14th, a move analysts said could cost the Chinese carrier COSCO nearly half of the projected $3.2 billion in annual charges by 2026. Industry analysts estimate that about 13% of the crude tankers and 11% of container ships worldwide will be affected, potentially driving up global freight costs. China's transportation ministry said the new levies will be billed per voyage or up to 5 times a year, depending on vessels' operations. Now, despite the expected increase in shipping expenses, experts note that the global trade will continue to adjust as companies absorb the high costs. Now, many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News TV. I am Oyinpriye Kromale. Coming up shortly, Souq Business Landscape. Do stay with us.
Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Ziles. Through SpaceX, Tesla and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Dr. Souq A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of a nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Souq Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helms of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. Souq Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're seeing that the businesses will profit from the reforms processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. Souq, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal landowner revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation must not be defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. Souq A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
From the early days of humanity when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun markets, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the big one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. They are also vegetable block wax. So those are the types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we resell. Like people use it for ashebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration, or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So This one now, this is a medium high target. Vegetable block wax, this is a medium one. If you touch it, you will see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's just the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pockets that will determine if you can go for big. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They based on this. Buy some that can't afford this, just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are doing this machine. We have this time, so you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So, and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
It will last, okay.
And another thing that make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not...
not so strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes, you know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's just with some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African way. Even some of our brothers abroad is taking it outside to show as an African way. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how tough the market is, there are influx of hands going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, other people will say, people will pay, all sorts of places. So that is how it spread. So you'll be surprised that you're sitting down here, you will see design to it when you come, you don't see it. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. You say that is outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now. Is an Igbo uniform. That fragrance stuff. An Igbo uniform. If you see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon, worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their store.
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Souq Business Landscape. We are reaching you live from our studios in the commercial city of Lagos. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. This is the program that affords you to look through a window into the forces shaping trade, finance, and development across Nigeria and the world, from the rail corridors redefining Lagos's connectivity to government intervention in the gas market, and from global tariff tensions to regional investment diplomacy. Today, we explore how policy, innovation, and power converge to drive economic transformation. I am Oyinpriye Krumale, and on the program today, we break down the stories behind the headlines, connecting the dots between business ambition, government regulation, and global market realities shaping our collective future. Welcome once again to the program. I am doing this with a lady in red this morning. Hello, Swift.
Hello, Priya. Good morning. First of all, I like your suit. I like your tie. I like the glasses. I literally like everything about you. Are you having dinner with the governor after we're done?
This is what you say all the time.
No, just look. I'll be having dinner.
And at the end of the day, you don't go for any dinner.
Strategically positioning yourself in some places, but let me not reveal too much so that, at least till it's officially announced. Let's look up. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Lagos. Good morning, Africa. Welcome, of course, to Souq Business Landscape. And this is where we talk about issues that affect us politically, physically, mentally, and psychologically. We also need you to be part of the show because it's interactive so that we can impute knowledge. My name is Swift Aderito. Get ready to be blown away.
Great. And most especially in business, economy, and development. And we have someone who is not new to you, who you see most of the time when we speak and we have conversations on this program. He finds, he actually joins us virtually, is Ayanuba Oluwagbenga Paul. Good morning to you, Benga. Welcome to the program.
Good morning to you. Thank you for having me on the show. And good morning, Swift.
Good morning, Benga. I hope you had a fantastic night.
He looks well rested. I'm sure he did. Okay, now let's intimate ourselves. So what we'll be talking about today, we have 8 stories to chew on, if the time affords us that luxury. First of all, we will bring you stories about Lagos State, the state that is set to begin construction of the Green Line Rail, a $3 billion infrastructure projecting link Marina to Lekki, extending the state's rail network beyond the blue and the red line. It's a critical part of Lagos's strategic transport master plan. And secondly, we will take you to oil and gas, where the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, and most especially in gas, is cracking down on LPG scarcity and price manipulation. Distributors are accused of hoarding and creating artificial scarcity, while Dangote's refinery and government agencies demand accountability. And away from them, we'll now go to Dangote himself, who is in the story today. He has reacted to allegations that his refinery and related ventures created monopolies in Nigeria's oil and manufacturing space. He argues that such narratives deter investors and threaten Nigeria's industrial progress. We move away from that and we move straight to the Upstream Regulatory Commission, where there are claims that local refineries turned down 11 crude oil cargoes recently, contradicting their repeated claims or complaints of inadequate supply for local processing. And then we go to aviation. Nigeria's aviation regulator, the NCAA, wants that local airlines should stop violating passengers' rights by extending refund timelines for cancelled or unused tickets beyond the legally permitted 14 days. And then we move to our 6th story, which is on farming and livestock, as farmers suffering recurrent attacks from bandits and cattle rustlers are calling on the federal government to allow them to carry firearms for self-defense, citing deteriorating rural security. And next we'll look at President Donald Trump, who has imposed sweeping new tariffs between 10% and 41% on 69 trading partners, escalating trade tensions globally. The policy revised protectionism under the reciprocal tariff framework. And finally, we hope to also look at the trade between United States and South Korea, and both countries are discussing a bilateral foreign exchange swap line to cushion Seoul's currency from volatility tied to a major U.S. investment deal. The swap would provide liquidity and stability, according to reports. These are the stories we want to thrash today. But before we begin breaking tables, let's go for a break. We're back in a moment. Do stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on our program. Now, let's begin. The Lagos State government has announced that construction of $3 billion Green Line Rail project connecting Marina to Lekki Corridor will begin in December 2025. The disclosure was made by the Lagos State Commissioner for Transportation, Oluwaseun Osiemi, in a statement posted on his official X account of the Lagos State government. Osiemi explained that comprehensive feasibility studies and stakeholder consultations have been concluded along the Lekki-Ekpe corridor to ensure a smooth and well-coordinated execution. He said the Green Line is a part of the state's broader transport master plan aimed at easing congestion, improving mobility, and supporting economic activities in Lagos, a rapidly expanding urban district. The commissioner added that the project will complement the existing Blue and Rail Line system, creating a more connected and efficient transport network across the city. When completed, the Green Line is expected to offer residents a fast, affordable, and eco-friendly means of commuting across major economic hubs. I cannot but agree with Mr. Osiemi on this.
Yes.
And I dare say, one of the reasons I noticed from the time that it became very, very obvious, even to those who at that specific time didn't have interest or pay attention to to public affairs, to current affairs, to government activities, maybe because they were disappointed or they don't see the government of the day meeting their needs. The time they started seeing physical development initiated by government, not just initiated by government, executed, seen to be executed by government, working, not only functioning and working by the government, but the people in the state have this form of connection with such facility. You see that in Lagos State. And we can take you back to when Babatunde Raji Fashola was the governor of Lagos and how his presence was felt everywhere by virtue of the infrastructure development, most especially expanding the road networks, building the road. The Ikorodu road was almost an eyesore. And he came in, he expanded the road to the extent that when trailers from the Apapa port, because they could not, have access to go to pick up their packages, to pick up their consignment, and by through logistic means move them to other parts of the country. We see the trailer queue got to Alaka, even to Stadium, and almost at Surulere Ojuelegba. But because that administration had expanded the road, we could see the trailers parked at one side of the road, and we could still have free vehicular movement to and fro. In spite of that, in some states, that will be a completely grinding the transportation in that axis. One of the reasons, again, why you see startups, businesses, organizations want to make sure that they have a branch, they have a place, if not the headquarters in Lagos, is because they've not only seen the administration putting efforts to make sure that transportation within the state is something that is achievable, but it's also achievable in time. Even though they've not got to the El Dorado, but we could see visible work ongoing. Now, a green line is coming. Swift.
Okay, yesterday I was coming from Lekki. I was in a bus. And so when I was coming down here, I told the driver train station. And there was a young lady sitting behind me. We had picked her up from the water side. The water, apparently she used the boat from Ikorodu down to this place at, I've forgotten the roundabout, near this military barracks. And so when I said train station, she quickly tapped me. She said, sorry ma, when do the trains stop moving? I don't take the trains, but there's someone in this office that takes the trains, and I know that the train stopped moving by 9. So I told her 9 on the dot, the train stopped moving. And we looked at the time, it was about 8:30 or 8:20 something. Immediately she came down. And she started to call her mom. And she was like, Mommy, guess what? The trains are still moving, so I can take a train. So I now told her, I'm not taking the train. There was someone else that was going towards the train station. So she asked that one. That one too was going towards Festac. And so you could see the ease. She had taken a boat from Ikorodu here, which is about, I think, a 45 minutes journey. Normally, taking a bus would take you like 2 hours. So she had caught traffic. Now she came down, just did a straight walk. In less than 5 minutes, she's at the train station. From the train station, in less than 20 minutes, she's at Festac. That same journey, via road, would take her with traffic 1 hour, 45 minutes, because you can never tell what's going to happen between the Solo, Festac, and Co. Why is this important? All through Lagos, we have always had road congestions, and there's nothing that can be done. There's a limitation of how the roads in Lagos can be expanded because of human activity, land, the expense of land. Anytime they're trying to expand the roads, people are crying, people are complaining because it looks like the space in Lagos is not even enough for us. And so you're now trying to tear down buildings to expand the roads. And so in other times, there was a time in Lagos that you had the even and where Mondays you drive, if you have an even number, you drive that car out. That's the only cars allowed to be driven. If on Tuesdays you drive odd numbers, all this will have been done all over Lagos to limit traffic. Now, the Lagos State government is realizing that for a commercial city, you have to have trains, waterways moving, airways moving, and the trains are the cheapest, most reliable and classy. Like the BRT, people that are in the middle class, even the high class, they feel safe there. They feel like, okay, it's not local because of the sitting space. So you don't have to sit beside somebody and your dress starts to smell throughout the day. Sometimes you're in the bus system and somebody carrying tomatoes. I'm not insulting tomato people, please. And maybe they're carrying tomato or they're carrying meat or something and they sit beside you. By the time you come down from that 2 hour, 45-minute trip, you are smelling like them. Why am I doing all this? These train lines is a miracle people on the island have been waiting for. And we're not just looking at Lekki, we're looking at Ikorodu, which seems to have a large number of population. So like somebody like you now, you have been thinking of how to move from Ikorodu down to Marina, you're already pricing houses. Imagine if within 6 months or a year, this is completed within 6 months. It means you just need to take one train from Ikorodu. In 45 minutes, you'll be at the office. And the trains are so good. The timing is the timing. Fast, reliable, spacious. It's a miracle. It is good. And I also hope that other states would, imitate
we're coming to what
Lagos should do. But this is well thought out. Then the fact that the federal government, it's not just Lagos State now doing it. The federal government has agreed to partner with funding. So that means that funding limitation is no more on Lagos State government's neck alone. It's now going to be shared with the federal government. I think it's fantastic. It's good news.
Great. Oluwagbinga, your turn.
We can't overstate the fact that Lagos State has always been at the forefront of bringing excellence when it comes to infrastructure development. And let's not forget that if not for Buhari's tenure between 83 and 85 that truncated some of these projects, some of these projects that we are celebrating now would have been done by then, because Latif Jakonde was the governor who first started trying to build the railways across the length and breadth of Lagos. But unfortunately, we had a president then who, I won't want to use any negative word, but was very terrible in terms of administering his own country, because whilst he cancelled that project, citing exclusive list issue, blah, 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 that time, he went in 84, I think, or December 83. No, he came into government in December 83. So he went in 84 to Egypt to join the then president of Egypt to commission their own railway station in Egypt that was inaugurated that year. But we thank God that we had continuity in Lagos, because one of the benefits that Lagos has enjoyed over the last few years is that continuity in governance. Whilst people might talk about good fatherism and blah blah blah, if not for continuity, some of these projects would have become abandoned projects, white elephant projects, and whatever you will call it. But Tinubu dusted up the master plans and blueprints of the action group to UPN people, and because they were the progressive that metamorphosed into AD, and he started all these projects, and today, due to continuity, we are seeing them manifest. But my own challenge is the it's not the cost implication really, it's the way and means through which those funds were generated. I've
Okay.
always been of the opinion that the state government should, instead of going to China to go and borrow money, should look inward and ask its own people to buy shares into this uh, project. So, for example, they said they are going to use $3 billion to construct this project. If you raise an IPO, I'm sure that it will be oversubscribed beyond $3 billion. And with that IPO, it means that you and I will have shares in that railway project. And because we have shares in that railway project, God forbid anything like the October 2020 incident, the NSAS incident. God forbid anything like that should happen in the future. Because you and I are shareholders in that project, we will protect it with all that we've got, because now it is not just a government property, it is my property, it is your property, especially when you know that maybe every year you are getting certain dividend from the proceeds and profit they make from running that railway. In fact, you'll be ginger to even do free adverts for them to, I mean, for people to use the train rather than use the road. Why? Because you know that the more money they make, the more your dividend at the end of the day. I remember last week I was broke. I had no money, only to check my one of my bank accounts that I hardly use, and see that one of the banks whose share I bought in 2006 has sent my dividend, and I was able to go and do obli because I wasn't expecting the money. And so you can imagine if that happens with railway system. Now, that will save us from all these loan repayment terms. It will save us from the overbearing impact of these Chinese, because the Chinese will not allow you to, when you borrow money from China, they are not actually giving you cash. They will bring their workers, they will bring their experts. You understand? So, all the major good jobs when it comes to the construction of the railway is going to the Chinese. And if those good jobs are going to the Chinese, how do Nigerian engineers grow to become better experts in railway construction? Because with the railway construction that we have been doing thus far, if Nigerians have been handling it or been understudying the Chinese, which the Chinese will not allow, because they will bring all their experts, even to their cook, to everything, they will bring it from China. And I'm saying this because I know I've seen them close up and personal. You know, They will bring everything from China. And so at the end of the day, what is the economic benefit for the average Lagosian or Nigerian at the construction level? Yes, the benefits when it is finished, like Sweeter said, it will cut your travel time, it will save you cost, it will make you, more relaxed and productive, and all the rest. Those are when they finish the construction. But even at that, because we are paying a huge amount back as loan repayment, then you count the cost and you say it's worth it, but we could do it better using other approach. But I believe that if they allow people to subscribe, uh, we will not, for example, I think it was Tope Fasua then before he came into the government and started working in the government. He was the one that leaked the information of how in a particular year, I think 2017 thereabout, the railway CCECC, no, CCRCC, that's the railway arm of the Chinese government. They declared that they spent X amount of money for building a particular railway in Nigeria in their own account in China. But in Nigerian own government account of the particular area concerned, the amount declared as the cost is like times three or times four of what the Chinese company declare in their own country. So it shows that maybe because of all this inflation of projects to get kickbacks, that's why they don't want to do public offers so that citizens and individuals can invest directly without them needing to go through the route of all this borrowing of money. That's what I feel. But on the long run, we must still give this to them because this is just one. I think this is the third phase, if completed, out of about five phases, because we still have the yellow line. They've done the blue and red line, and this is the green line. So we have the yellow line, we have purple line. There is another one that is still going to connect Ikorodu via Agric to Mowe axis and like that. So it's a good one. We must give kudos to the Lagos government. I just feel that in the future we can allow people to own that individual. So it won't be one individual, it will be thousands and thousands of Lagosians who are buying shares. For me, I can even restrict it and say Lagos indigene only, so that it will be Lagos for Lagos, whatever you want to say, and they will still raise the money.
Okay, thank you so much. Benga, you've painted a very, very great perspective that I think we should take into consideration. Actually, I was also thinking along that line. It would be better for the government to have set up a bond to that effect. But I wouldn't say for Lagosians alone or Lagos indigents. I would say probably if it's going to be limited for those whose names are captured, maybe in LASRA, though they are not Lagos indigents, but they've been consistently and continually residing in Lagos for the past 10 years, for the past 20 years, for the past 30 years, and to an extent they might even start claiming to be Lagosians themselves. But Paul, let's take this conversation to another level. Lagos is chasing an infrastructure-driven economy. And if you look at it very closely, it is very, very rare among the 36 states in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Having a conversation outside the studio, I have heard statements that Lagos State is 50 years far, economically, infrastructure-wise, above almost all states in the country. And I begin to look at it from a different perspective. Could this be the meaning why the economic activities in Lagos is unparalleled if we were to make comparisons with other states, whether from the northern part of the country and within the southern part of the country? And there's this question people like to ask: what is Lagos doing differently? We can see that it's clear, it's making the news all the time. Why aren't we having other states taking the same initiative for the economic benefit to create a very, very business-friendly atmosphere for the ease of doing business, so that potential investors or investors could look at some of the advantages that these states have and to come there to set up their business purposes?
Well, one of the things you will look at is that Lagos State has always been a cosmopolitan state from a long time ago. And that cosmopolitan nature also helped them to afford certain things. One, unlike other states in the country where when some people lose, they want to crumble the government and make the government not work. You see that even the opposition parties in Lagos State are more keen about governance. So once they lose, they are not out there to sabotage the ruling party's efforts at making the state succeed. That is one. Then, secondly, is that look at the class of people who have been ruling Lagos since maybe 79 to now in the civilian regime. You will see that there are people who have accomplished in their various fields before becoming governors. When I mean accomplished, I'm not talking about accomplishments due to government patronage or contracts. I'm talking about people who maybe they were civil servants, maybe they were private technocrats, but they did well in their various fields. Babaja Konde was a very successful journalist who did well in his field as a journalist, and upon venturing into politics, all the experiences were carried over, and you can see the performance there. Ashwaju is now the president, did well as an accountant, working to the high echelon in Mobile before becoming the governor of the state. You want to talk about Fashola, an accomplished lawyer who, and so that in itself has its good prospect on the state. And also, what do I call it? Um, Open-mindedness. Like the Lagosians are very outgoing. There are things that local people or village people, it will look special to them, it will make them misbehave. But because Lagosians have been seeing it all their life, it will not be, I don't know, there's a certain word I'm trying to look for to be able to coin all this rolling that I'm doing, which is exposure. Yes, proper exposure. That's the word I'm looking for. If you look at the level of exposure of people, and when we talk about exposure, it is not about academics alone. You understand? It is about seeing the world properly, well situated. There is a way it helps you carry yourself in governance, and I think that has helped Lagos a lot. And one thing that Lagos does, which Kaduna copied briefly during the time of El Rufai, is that every year, yes, they have economic summits. They call it a university, where they come and brainstorm with private technocrats, government officials to discuss the foreseeable future of the state, the business trajectory, the technology trajectory, the economic trajectory, and then find how Lagos State will be well situated by the time those things that we are expecting to come in the future will begin to make themselves manifest. And you see, if you are a Christian like me, you would have come across it in the Bible that the vision is yet for an appointed time. Though it tarries, wait for it, write it down, make it plain upon the paper so that you will see it and run with it. Now, because Lagos know that the vision, they always first situate the vision, they understand it is for an appointed time, and so they will prepare ahead of that appointed time because they are writing it down, making it plain on paper, so that whoever comes into governance, even after the people there who, better the vision have left, will be able to run with it. And that is what is lacking in most other states. And the reason why this is lacking in most other states is the issue of, parties, opposition party coming into power and then having grudges, holding grudges and canceling the projects of their predecessor. Okay, let me give you a quick example before I round up. In 2011, when the government of Otumba Gbenga Daniel finished governance in Ogun State, that government had established Ogroma, a road maintenance and construction agency of the state, which was adjudged to be the best. But the governor who came after him, because he hated the guts of, even though they were friends, they didn't like each other because of election and politics matter. He cancelled Ogroma. Did you know that the same Ogroma that he cancelled, governor of Ondo State at that time, that doctor that is now in Zenith Labour Party, Governor Mimiko. Do you know that Governor Mimiko took many of the staff of that Ogroma, and they were the one who constructed most of the rural roads in Ondo State. Now you can imagine if the next governor improve upon Ogroma as established by OGD. By now, all the jobs that ECC is doing, it is Ogroma that will be doing it for maybe Kaduna State, for maybe Oyo State, for maybe other states. And that will be extra source of income for the Ogun State government. But because there was no continuity and the people who came in now allowed hatred, or I don't want to, hatred is too strong, but they allow bad belly politics to becloud their judgment, and therefore they were not able to continue. This, apart from Ogroma, the same thing with rural electrification. The government, OGD, bought 20 generators that will give 1 megawatt of electricity, which is 20 megawatts of electricity to be added into the grid in a distributed production, generation and distribution format for 20 local governments in the state. Those generators wasted away for 8 years in the government office in Okemoson. And that is the same thing you see if you go to many of the other states across the federation. And that is why they cannot pick up speed like Lagos State is picking up speed and doing a lot of great things.
Excellent analysis.
Yes.
Now, my question was, bordering around why we have other states not, taking Lagos's blueprint, and implementing it in their own state.
Edo State has done.
Look at that. But we're looking at the whole scope of economic master plan that Lagos has, and how every leadership that comes into place, no matter the politicking, they've kept one thing in their mind, which means that the economic, business, and development aspect of Lagos must not be truncated, neither must it be, cut short by politicking or any other thing. He gave different instances from leadership and policy consistency and all of that. What's your?
So it's actually very simple. It's general knowledge. When Tinubu was governor of Lagos State, he brought the most intelligent minds, professors from all walks of life, and told them to put together a blueprint of Lagos, because he realized that in every civilized community, you don't just enter as a governor and rule. You have a blueprint. So the blueprint has to do with infrastructure, economic growth, how to raise money, and these people took almost a year to sit down. You had the best minds in architecture, medical, law. They all put a blueprint of Lagos. So there's a saying in Lagos that if you even put a 20-year-old or a 15-year-old to be governor of Lagos State and he follows the blueprint, he'll do it all in 4 years. Because every year has something you are doing. There's a focus on sports, there's a focus on economics, there's a focus on markets, there's a focus on trading. For example, if you look at the Lagos State, they have been talking about moving computer village for over 15 years because there was a blueprint. The idea is after a while, technology will grow and that Ikeja space will be too small to have a market. Why don't we have a hub like Mile 12, where in a place that is not very developed, you know that you need to travel for a bit to develop it. But coming back to the blueprint and all that, when Oshomole became governor of Edo State, he too decided to make a blueprint of Lagos. I don't know how effective that was, but there was a lot of revolution in Edo State. Till now, he's still rated as the best performing governor ever. There was creation of roads. They had 6 lanes. This was Edo State that had very slim roads, and they do have a lot of erosion, and people say it was impossible. But coming back to this, our railways, one of the privileges is going to create job creation. It's a foster for job creation. Now, job creation in the states that young engineering students, young accountants, young people that study geology would see there will be an opening for jobs for them. And of course, the railway lines must be maintained. You are looking at workers. Also, when it comes to opening up of communities, we say, oh, Lagos is big. But there are some places in Lagos that are like shacks. They are not opened up. For example, if you look at a rail that is running to Ikorodu, it will be very beautiful. Another reason why I disagree with Benga Ebeth when he was talking about us having private partnership with bonds and all that and people, it is important for now, the way the Nigerian market is, that when he comes to rail, the Lagos state government needs to hold it. We have seen that transportation is in the hands of a lot of individuals, and this has caused a lot of problem. Rainfalls, transport that is 800 naira, goes to 1.5, goes to 2,000. You're at the bus stop for 3 hours, 4 hours, it's getting dark. You're afraid what will happen to me. You don't have a choice but to bring out money and pay. The only system that is consistent is the BRT. The BRT, you know that if it's 500 naira from here to Obalende, if you like, let there be sun, let there be rain, let there be erosion. If we get into a BRT, it is still 500. And that's what we need from the trade. Because once private partnership starts to come sometimes, as much as, oh, it's good, sometimes they start to push for certain things. Now, I like the China partnership because it means that we will see standards. We would see world-class standards, which is important because sometimes people from this side of the world, and we easily get, why don't you just push it to that corner? But because of integrity from their part in China, they wouldn't want to create something that is not good. They have been building rails all over Africa, and there is no information, I stand to be corrected, that is saying they have built substandard rails because they are trying to prove a point that if China partners with you, we give you the best. We give you something that can compete with what is in Europe or what's even in China. And so I like the idea. Now, what are the disadvantages? The cost is actually very expensive. Secondly, because it's a federal government project, this is my scare. Will there be a limitation of time? I didn't see a timing to it. Like, I love our Minister of Works, Mai always says, this road, we are looking at 1 year to 6 months because, like, we know the Nigerian factor. How do we combat it? So, as much as I like the idea of this new blue rail, red rail, what is the time limitation to the purple rail? Okay. That's where my fear is. Okay. And I would really hope that Lagos State government goes back to and puts a time limitation so that we are not looking at it starting and in the next 3 years it's just there. People are wasting time, funds are going. Because of course it's going to come with a lot of its own backlog of causing traffic because you're going to have to create a new rail. You are going to have to take into people's houses, people's businesses may get destroyed because you are creating a rail. So if there's a timing, we know that in 6 months, this is working. We know people are going to suffer for 6 months, but in 6 months' time, there will be a delivery. So that's my only fear on this project.
Okay, so I think it's time for us to run to the next story because of our time. We move to our next story, and that's in oil and gas, petroleum resources. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas, Ekpiripe Epo, has intervened in the ongoing scarcity of liquefied petroleum gas, commonly known as cooking gas, vowing to sanction marketers found hoarding or exploiting consumers. Ekpo assured Nigerians that the government is committed to restoring stability in the gas market and protecting citizens from unfair pricing practices. His intervention follows widespread complaints from retailers about sharp differences between prices offered by the Dangote refinery and those charged by off-takers before the product reaches consumers. This disparity has reportedly contributed to the rising cost of cooking gas across the country. It will be recalled that Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, had previously threatened to distribute cooking gas directly if distributors fail to cooperate in reducing prices. The minister's warning signals the government's readiness to act against market manipulation and ensure affordable access to essential energy resources across the country. Okay, now myself, John Rogers Chooks, and Olumide Shokoya, we had a very extensive conversation yesterday about gas, LPG, and CNG.
Of course, it affects all of us.
And for the cooking gas, I know we heard stories about just 3,000 gas plants across the country, and that's not quite good. The service 200 million people, if we expect Nigerians to transition from using charcoal, from using kerosene, and from using other substances that are contrary to climate regulation in the interim, if they are going to move from that to using gas, and gas is not affordable for the people at the ebb of society, it's going to contradict the government's plan or even the master plan that has been prepared for 2065 by the former administration. We also looked at the LPG, how it was stated that we just have 50 or 54 plants or centers for the conversion across the country. That's not very good, but it's a great thing because we know that, while we're talking about that yesterday, we equally had to mention that some people, take advantage of the price. If there is any increase or just anything, or probably they go into ordering for the purpose of making the increase. I remember Olumide said he bought his 12 kg for about, 12,000 naira, and a little bit above 12,000 naira, but less than 13,000 naira. And Chooks was saying he bought his own 12 kg. He refilled his 12 kg for about 17,000 naira and more. So that means there are people, I'll not be surprised if some other people come say that they bought theirs for about 20,000 naira and more. And this is not because that's the main price. So, Benga, the question is, economic-wise, and with regards to what we are talking about now, is it solely the price that was determined by market forces that seem to be the problem we are having, or it's the price that is also determined by other investors or other marketers who do not put their fellow Nigerians into consideration, and they see every opportunity as a way to exploit other Nigerians?
There is a particular company that I wouldn't want to mention their name. That company has a very large LPG and what is the cooking gas plants in Nigeria. One in Lagos, one I think in Calabar, one I think in Delta. And they are largest. They bring in a shipload of gas into the country. I mean, I don't know the metric tonnage that they use in measuring those shiploads, but when you talk about the largest, they really are among the largest. But unfortunately, the owner is one of the most unpatriotic Nigerians that I've ever seen. And that is why I don't want to mention him, because I know that he has the financial muscle to sue me to the ground, if I should make the mistake of mentioning it. But one thing I've observed about his business model is that he seems to have access to subsidy from government during the time of subsidy, but he is also among the first who will inflate price despite having collected subsidy from government. Once there is any issue, like maybe that strike that led to the increment of gas price, and he will be among the first to inflate price, even when small scale gas holders are not inflating price. And when we now have Dangote breaking their monopoly and breaking their back, they are still finding ways to sabotage the government. And these are people who clearly are benefited. Some are still even benefiting from government patronage in one way or the other that is allowing their business to make a killing. You see them. That's why most of the time when I see him, giving motivational speech in churches, in whatever, I just shake my head, because these are people who are so unpatriotic that I believe that if they should die, the devil will not even want to take them. The devil will say they should go and take their own kerosene and form their own hair, because the devil will be afraid that they will take over hell from him. I mean, it's that bad, the mindset of our businessmen. And it is not the pain it causes for the masses. it is the general decline it causes for our economy, such that when they now make this profit, but because they have destroyed the system, when you convert it back to dollar, you see that the profit they think they are making is nonsense. So somebody who is supposed to make maybe $3 million now, but because you have joined the bandwagon of those who have destroyed the economy, who have destroyed the economy, you make the trillions in naira, but by the time you convert it back to dollar, because all of you have ganged up to rape the economy and destroy it, will not be up to $3 million that you're supposed to make. It will not be up to whatever amount that you're supposed to make in dollar. But if you had helped patriotically to contribute your own part in building the economy, maybe we wouldn't have this situation. And that is why, for me, I pray they will not force the hand of Dangote to the extent that they will now start opening LPG or gas stations across the geopolitical zones of the country. Because if that happens, sorry, temporarily it will benefit the masses, but then the monopoly will be out of this world. And they should not wait, because all these people now, they will do all these bad things, and when somebody come and propose solution and it becomes a monopoly, they will still be want to come and be shouting monopoly, monopoly. But the fact is that this scarcity is artificial, and the government effort to sanction those holding well is in the right direction. It should be implemented with the full force of the law.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, so we want to say thank you to everybody that's watching, and we want to say thank you to people that are taking their time to comment. We want to read a couple of comments, and once we're done with that, and we'll continue with the program. So the governor comes in to say that the green line going from Marina to Free Trade Zone area Lekki Airport is financed by Chinese loans, and the timely completion of the project will greatly decongest the traffic gridlock in the access. Priye would be, just getting you to comment on some of these comments.
Because of the time,
okay,
we need to
which I think is fantastic. Someone else says blue rail, red rail, green rail, all in Lagos. They were planned in 1983 by Jakonde and suffered a Buhari cancellation, which I think Benga talked about before. He says sad effects of the military era and he hopes other states can wake up and smell the coffee. And we hope so too. As someone else says, the president was the lead headliner in getting Chinese loans for all these rail projects in Lagos. I hope he will also be the headliner for other states when they come up. And the last comment we have was Lagos for show. This was the slogan growing up, and this from the governor. He says, was the real, because Lagos has always been the real center of excellence. I look forward to proudly echoing these sentiments again. Lagos needs the metropolitan-sized project constructions. Thank you so much, and please keep commenting.
Yes, thank you so much, Governor. We're still on Souq Business Landscape. We're going to go on a break, and when we return, we'll continue the conversation. Do stay with us.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq Business Landscape.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name, an index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. Dangote's unflinching love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
Welcome back, many thanks for joining us. Now we move to our next story. Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, has cautioned that allegations of monopoly in the petroleum sector could undermine investor confidence and discourage local participation in Nigeria's economy. Speaking in Abuja at the inaugural annual Downstream Petroleum Week, the industrialist emphasized the need for a fair and supportive business environment. Dangote, represented by Aliyu Suleiman, Group Chief Strategy Officer of Dangote Industries Limited, said such claims risk creating negative perceptions that deter domestic investors from contributing to national growth. He noted that the genuine industrial progress depends on stability, transparency, and trust between the government and the private sector players. He further urged policymakers to adopt measures that promote productivity, innovation, and healthy competition across key economic sectors. Now, let's look at it from this perspective.
Okay.
He's been accused that
he's monopolizing everything.
Yes.
Yes.
Whether from the oil marketers
to sugar,
and
to
you just name it. But he was saying there's a question out there. Is it true? Number one. Number two, is it such comments or such narrative? Do they have the capacity to deter or to stop others, most especially investors, from coming into the system?
Yeah.
Those are questions that need to be answered.
Okay, so I think Dangote, it's a brilliant one that he got to talk about this, because I would say that a lot of people have been, companies have accused him over the years that every time he enters into a particular field, he has a way of intentionally sabotaging other fields. Now there are two
sabotage.
People that said they have accused.
Okay.
Now there are two reasons why people say that. Many times when you are excelling and other people are not doing well, they will tell you that you are sabotaging other people. What is he doing that you cannot be doing? Do you understand? During some president's era, I don't want to name the name, there were certain companies who went to him and offered him shares. And every company that he had shares in, those companies kept moving forward because you were getting the best of government, and even till now. So if someone else is doing it, why can you not do it? Someone else is burning the candle to read at night. All you need to do is also go burn your candle and read at night. So I feel that it's on, for example, the whole refinery thing. every other person had a level playing ground for this refinery, as far as I'm concerned. If you brought in good investors and you pushed your market, we had two governors from the South years ago during the first democratic administration who went to build a refinery at that point in time in South Africa. And the refinery was eventually taken for them because they were doing some backdoor things. Imagine if they had built that refinery in the cross-border between Edo and Delta. All this talk of Dangote will not be here because it would have been like a private government ownership. Delta, Edo, a refinery. Other states would have imitated. We are looking at 1999, early 2000. You can imagine if that went on in 1999. Do you know how many states would have had their own joint refineries by now? So someone else is doing it. Why don't you emulate the person? Why don't you follow through? Why don't you try and partner with the person? Instead, you are dragging that particular person down. Yes, Dangote may have his issues. But for now, unfortunately, in my eyes, Dangote can do no wrong. Because he has indirectly helped the people. This gas we are talking about, that federal government can now sit and say they are going to clamp down on marketers increasing the gas. If not for Dangote Refinery, who has a very open door policy of stating what he's giving to retailers and shareholders and other gas companies and stating a specific price that you would have made profit, but this is the price range you should not sell beyond. We wouldn't have had this. We would have had scarcity of gas from the Nupeng strike. Would have had scarcity of petroleum products. It is because of Dangote till now we are not having scarcity. So if the monopoly is causing us not to have scarcity of fuel, scarcity of gas is going to be limited, please let him monopolize. Let him take over Nigeria. It's fine.
No.
No, I'm sorry. People who have done it before. No, now, what have they done with it? I'm sorry.
We can't say that for him to take over
I'm sorry. Like Pinky and the Brain.
And all of that. Honorable Oluwabenga, your perspective, please.
Well, I just, first and foremost, it is good that he is saying that we should not push that narrative because in life, perception is everything. And of course, as a Christian again, I can always quote that some pastors have said it over time that you profess it, you possess it. So if you like, profess good. If you like, profess bad. And we can see it happen. So in order, if you're looking at it from those two perspectives, he is right. But then, too, is the fact that we should have an antitrust law, the kind of law that, did not allow the like of Standard Oil back then in US by John D. Rockefeller to take over everything because the same way Standard Oil was looking as though they were solving problems, but killing every other businesses, buying them out of businesses, doing brutal takeovers of their businesses all over the world. And I can tell you that many of the wars that the US government have been involved in, all these Standard Oil and some war equipment manufacturers, their fingers have been found to be the puppeteers, pulling the string of those who are actually in government in the US. So saying that because it seems Dangote is solving a problem now, he should take over the country, it shows that maybe you.
Benga, are you coming for me?
Of how
don't be shy. Call me.
That will be, So and that is why I was at first at a loss of what to say. But really, it behoves on all of us to shape, not just in the area of gas, in the area of business, even in the area of security. Like, for example, now, some evil people, let me put it that way, because they don't like the government power, wrote to US senators to say Christians are being attacked, they are massacred in Nigeria. Their hope is that they want to pitch Nigerian government against the US. Recently, the one of the former director of Blackwater Corporations, that evil mercenary organization, is saying that they want to form a private army to come and defend Christians in Nigeria. Did we invite them? I must tell you for free that those organizations, they are only coming because they have seen one natural resources here that we have not seen, that we have not discovered, and maybe they have seen that some governors and the Chinese are illegally tapping it, and they want to dislodge those ones and come and tap. And in the process of doing so, they will kill more people than is already being killed, but they will veil it because they have better and stronger media narrative to push it. And that is why we as a nation must be careful of what narrative we push out there so that we don't invite evil into our country. And that is why I agree with Dangote on the narratives we push so that we don't drive away investors. But at the same time, let him also show fairness in allowing level playing field. Earlier on, when Swift was talking about other people had opportunity to do refineries, that the governor that he alleged did refinery outside the country. I will tell you for free, back then, uh, even up till now to a large extent, if you are from the south, middle belt to southern Nigeria, and you want to do some of these businesses, you will be frustrated out by the government. I will tell you that one for free. That you will be frustrated out. Ibeto has tried it. Atedo Peter side has tried it. I can name other people as I remember that have tried it to establish refinery even before Dangote came in. They were frustrated out of the business by the government. They will do it so surreptitiously that you won't, even when they come out and say government is frustrating me, you won't believe it. But that is what happens because what it seems in this country is that there are some people who are more Nigerians than others. And it has been shown clearly over time that Northerners are more Nigerians than we Southerners. So don't say, oh, they all had chances, they didn't take. People had chances, they took it, they were frustrated out by the government. When the Dangote cement wahala started, all the other cement manufacturers from southern Nigeria were almost run out of business. The only person who was able to withstand Dangote and stood toe to toe with him is Bua Cement, Rabiu Samad, because he's also a fellow Kano man, a fellow Northerner. So there is no privilege in terms of class, caste, or religion that Dangote have that he does not have. But did you hear of Ibeto Cement? Where is Benue Niger Cement today? Where is I can mention some others. Where are they today? But it is only the guy from the north who was able to withstand. So let's not push the narrative that some people tried and they did not, or they were not given opportunity. So, but at the same time, while we are hoping that now that he has made so much money and is going to make massive amount of money for the foreseeable future without needing to worry about competition, I hope that he would allow the small one to grow, to have space, because there is still plenty of space for everybody to play and succeed in many of these sectors because we are still very underserved by the facilities that we have at the moment.
Thank you very much, Benga. Now, we need to move to our next story. We are running as fast as we can to get more of these stories covered. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, has cautioned domestic airlines against extending the refund period for cancelled or unused tickets beyond the legally permitted timeline. The regulatory body condemned reports that some airlines were imposing a 4-week waiting period for refunds, calling the practice a direct violation of aviation rules. According to the NCAA spokesman, Michael Chimogu, the current regulations clearly stipulate that passengers must receive refunds within 14 days of submitting a formal request. He stressed that the refund policy outlined in Part 19 of the NCAA Regulations 2023 is explicit and binding on all operations. Achimogo reiterated that the NCAA will not tolerate arbitrary practices that undermine passengers' rights. He urged airlines to comply strictly with refund regulations or face appropriate sanctions. Now, that's the story. Mr. Benga Swift, there have been times when passengers complain to me personally. In fact, I can tell you some of the big names in the aviation industry that they've mentioned, that I am going to Abuja, I'm going to Port Harcourt. These people, they are just big outside. They have a very good PR, but you know what? They are falling short of this standard.
Customer service is
Their
zero.
customer service is so poor that when they fly, in fact, you book a flight, the date, and all of that. They move the time to 3 hours ahead. They just send you an email, and that's all. And they can move it. They can move it like 3 times. You're supposed to have a meeting for 7 a.m. You're booked for a flight to Abuja, and 7 a.m. they're sending you a mail on Saturday night that it's not possible. Your flight is now going to be for 10 a.m. Not even your meeting is supposed to be for 8 a.m.
And you have paid.
And you have paid. And the refund is not forthcoming until some of them only respond when they are being threatened. That I'm going to take you to social media. I'm going to take you to...
They respond when you have already gone to social media. You've probably had to pay influencers who have over 1,000, 2,000 eyeballs to now talk about it. So you have spent similar with what the refund is supposed to be before they answer you. That's how bad it is. We're excited about the minister. Keyamo is doing a good job, but more needs to be done. I know that if Doctor was here now, he would defend his people because I think he has a stake in the airline industry, which is good. But you see, if I book a ticket, so I had a friend recently who was going to China and she booked a ticket. Somehow that ticket was cancelled, and that was 3.9 million naira. And they told her that the refund is going to take between 9 to 14 working days. Now, she was supposed to book another ticket. But guess what? She had to look for another 3.9 million naira because the refund takes time. Now, imagine if she did not have 3.9 again and she's traveling for a conference. What's she going to do? She'll have to go to one loan shark that will give her 15% or 20%. Yes, because you don't want to lose your visa. You have a conference. You are traveling for something very important. So you see, these airlines, they need to be, sanctioned. Normally, if an airline is canceling with that kind of magnitude, you shouldn't just be canceling. You should be making availability. You should be coming with apology, a hotel room, another available adjoining flight for her. But right now, this one just canceled and told her 14 to, and she was now calling, please, I now have to, you see this person that spent 3.9 million. You know what 3.9 million is in this economy? To be begging that, please, so what can we do? Say, madam, I don't know. And the person at the other end was so rude, I was upset. But there's nothing you can do. Now, a system that works, all she had to do was send an email to the aviation sector that I'm supposed to go on a flight, attach the fact that you're going for a conference. This is the space I have. These people have cancelled on me for reasons best known to them. They should be liable. They should not just refund. They should refund with a 50%. So my 3.9 plus another extra money, you will not cancel anyhow.
Benga, you are going for a conference, you're going for a business meeting, you have purchased your ticket, maybe you're going abroad or you're going to Abuja. Your flight is cancelled or moved by 3 hours, and you're going to miss such a contract that is worth 50 million, 200 million naira. What are you going to say? How are you going to get back this opportunity? These are some of the problems and challenges that Nigerians are going through in the hands of some airlines.
Is a contract you're talking about, our life and death situation, where you have a doctor's appointment and you must meet up with that doctor in that other country or that other location at a certain period of time, maybe by an hour, the doctor is gone to another location and you will not be able to see the doctor for the next 6 months, by the time which you might have died before the person returns. Because if it is really money, any money loss can be made back. But what about life? And we have seen that happen far too many times. And it is because agencies of government are slow to act, to prosecute those who are
Okay, I think we're having some challenge there with Benga. So
Yes.
it's a very, very critical issue. And probably because when reading the story, Mr. Chimogu was actually referring to the aviation regulations, that
Yes.
governs that process, and he was calling the attention of the airlines to make sure they start exceeding, that's the 14 working days of
Yes.
permit. They should go beyond that. But it should be more, because the gravity, the magnitude of your appointment, is it put into consideration by the airline that was supposed to provide you this service?
Do you know what?
What if lives are going to be lost
like
according to
Benga said.
Benga
Do you know why I'm laughing? So you see, when you now, the Nigerian factor is so beautiful that when you are now having this conversation outside, guess what somebody will say? You already know the Nigerian system. You book 2 days before. And that is what somebody will say, because the fact that being disappointed by an airline you have already paid, you have booked in advance for, comes, it's no more a big deal. It's like, oh, that's normal.
Okay, I think Benga is back.
Please.
Yes.
I've seen people who have booked 2 days before, and they will tell them weather is bad today, and they think, oh, I still have 2 days ahead, so let's make it calm. By tomorrow, the weather will clear, and then tomorrow again they will say weather is still bad, or engine is bad, or something, and that 2 days will expire, and they will still not meet up. I have seen that situation before in this country. So it is not a matter of, even if you like, book 10 days before. It is a matter of the fact that these airliners get away with it. Even our local airliners own is still small compared to the way the maltreatment that the foreign airliners do to our people when you travel outside the country. Say, for example, when you are traveling and the airline has a stopover in their country of origin, did you know that most of the time they will give those whites, or maybe people from America and Europe, they will give them accommodation.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Oh.
And this is so critical. Yes, a lot of Nigerians have complained about that. So you stop, for example, you stop in Dubai, you're going to,
a lot of people
you're going to the US,
about this
and you need to
accommodation
stop in
thing.
Dubai. You will sit in the airport for those 4-6 hours, only for you to find out that somebody that sat on the same flight with you, because they have red passport, the airline offered them hotel room. In fact, sometimes there was a friend of mine that said that they were delayed for almost 45 minutes because a white person, in quote, or somebody from their country did not wake up in time or did not make it out of the hotel room they gave them, which is just behind the airport. And they were sitting on a bench or a chair at that same airport for hours. And that was when they realized that it was their right to be given a hotel room, since they were going to wait for 6 hours. So, like Benga said, even the international own, local own is a bit this small mara. International own is critical. What critical?
Benga is back.
Yes, Benga. Hello, Benga. Can you hear us?
Please kindly unmute.
Yes, so that we can continue with your line of thoughts. Yes.
Yes. So I have to switch to the desktop due to network interference here.
Okay.
Now you see the maltreatment that all this international airline gives, and it is because our agency in Nigeria are not swift enough, to protect Nigerians. And if our own agency are even treating us badly in the face of these foreign airliners and airline owners, so they know that if they treat us badly too, nothing will come of it. And that is why I give kudos to this current minister for making sure that he clears the drain one by one in some of this area. What he is talking about is that once you ask for refund, the law says that within 14 days, they must give you refund if your ticket is cancelled or your airline, did not carry you or whatever it is. You must get your refund within 14 days. But many of these airline companies will use one whole month, 4 weeks. Instead of 14 days, they will use 28 working days to process your refund. And it's a delay tactic to make you grow weary and maybe forgo it in some cases. Because some people will just be like, why am I troubling myself? Is it not just 250,000? And then they will forgo it. So that is what this minister is fighting against, that the law says you must process and pay people back within 14 days. All this arbitrariness must stop. And once they are done with the local airliner, they should face the foreign airliners too. Because many a times, foreign airliners have misplaced people's bag. They have even mixed up people's bags such that it has put some people in problem. There are some people who might have been in jail for carrying substances that they did not carry, which is the fault of the airline organization in some cases. So the minister is trying to drain the swamp one after the other, and we must give him kudos for a job well done in that area.
Okay, thank you. I think it's quite short for us to, because I have something else I wanted to say about this story, but we needed to look to this particular story in livestock and farming before we go, and we need to do that in the next 5 minutes. Livestock farmers have appealed to the federal government to grant them licenses to carry firearms for self-defense as attacks by bandits, cattle rustlers, and armed gangs continue to escalate across rural communities. The farmers said they have become prime targets in remote grazing areas and that carrying weapons has become a matter of survival, given the inability of security agencies to effectively curb violent incursions threatening lives and livelihoods. Benga, these requests by farmers, this is not the first time we're hearing this. In fact, one Nigerian national security advisor, I think it should be Magashi, when I think during the last administration, made some flippant statement like Nigerians need to defend themselves. But when it came to limelight and people start talking, they were asking that question, that are they going to defend themselves with what? And if we've got to the extent where farmers who produce our foods that we shift from the rural communities after they've harvested it down to the urban areas to be sold in places like Lagos, Port Harcourt, in Kano, in Abuja, if their lives are threatened in their farms and economic activities are going to be stalled, they are making requests. What's your best possible advice to this?
There is no special advice that I want to give to the government that have not been given. For everyone who knows me on all the media platforms that I've had opportunity to speak in the last 15 years, they will know that I've always been an advocate of self-defense for Nigerians, and that every Nigerian has a right to request for license and get a license to carry their own gun. That has always been my stance. And thank God, in the last 2-3 years, the DSS Director General has parroted that same thing, giving example of how 2 villages were able to push back armed bandits in Sokoto State and I think in Yobe State because they had means to defend themselves. This story you are talking about comes on the heel of attack of some small-scale cattle farmers in Obafemi Owode local government, which happens to be around my own area, you know, where their cattle were rustled by cattle rustlers, and because they did not have firearm to protect themselves, their properties were stolen in broad daylight. So for me, it is high time that the government, it's not just for farmer, it is for every Nigerian. There are set laws that says if you want gun license, you must go through this exercise and that exercise. If people are willing to go through all that exercise and they pass, then they should be able to carry gun. Having people carrying gun with license saves more lives.
Just a moment, sorry. Benga, just a moment, just in 1 minute. The United States took the spot, but now they are regretting it.
Trying to retract the Gun Law Act.
They are regretting it. Do you think we will not be singing the same song if we do this?
let me quickly correct you. All the Scandinavian countries, Finland, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, once you are 16 years old in many of these 5 countries that I've mentioned, you will officially be trained how to use a gun, and you will get license for your own gun at 16. And those 5 countries have the smallest firearm or school shooting or whatever cases, armed violence, the smallest in the world. Japan has the lowest, followed by these Scandinavian countries where people from age 16 are allowed to hold gun. When you are quoting society, stop using America as an example.
Why can't we use America? Why can't we use America?
Because Nigeria is not America. Where you grow up as a person, you are not a Yoruba person, so I can use you as an example. You are taught to greet your parents. I'm talking about your family, I'm not talking about location. You were taught to greet your parents properly. Even as old as you are, your father cannot talk and you say, "Daddy, shut up." Who born you? Tell me to my face, tell the viewers to their face that you can tell your father, say because you don't make money now, you don't become big boy, they've been watching you on TV, you can tell your daddy to shut up. Did anybody born you well to do that? So if you can't do that, why are you comparing yourself to America in a society where a child will be calling his father, "John, shut up. John, you're saying nonsense." Then you were at your age, you are already a father too.
Okay.
Can you tell your daddy to shut up?
So in other words,
whatever reason.
So in other words, what we are saying,
so stop
what we are
comparing
saying is
Nigeria
that
with America.
No, okay. So I wanted to get your points clearly. So you mean moral upbringing wise. You mean they didn't get it right in America and they got it in those Finland and those Scandinavia countries you're talking about? Is that a point you're trying to make?
By the grace of God, go and check out all those countries. In fact, their lifestyle, their ways of life are like Nigerians. Finland, especially, you know, their history, their ancestry is of Viking origin. And Vikings are the worst of criminals. That's how they built their land. But because over time, they did their law and they became a society not of criminal again, even though their origin is from, criminal past, but they are now one of the best society of cool, calm, collected, intelligent people in the world. Yet, at 16, because everybody in those countries are reserved army officers, everybody. So once you are 16 years old, you'll be taught how to hold a gun, how to shoot a gun properly, and you'll be given your own gun.
All right.
Don't take my word for it.
All right.
Okay,
I'll
so very quickly,
yes,
let's
we
do
need
this.
to.
I need to drop my analysis.
I know. We have less than 2 minutes to go, and I want to just sign Benga off so that you can just do that as we go.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Benga, for your time with us this morning on the program. It's been a delight having this conversation with you.
Thank you for having me. I'm sorry for taking it personal with you, but it is what it is.
It's okay. Thank you very much. Yes, Swift.
All
we're
right.
leaving. We just have 1 minute.
So this I'm very anti the gun thing. I don't believe that a lot of Nigerians should own guns. Nigerians are amazing people and they seem to, but Africans, we have an oppression system. When you have something that is more than the other person, you seem to use it to oppress the person more. I feel that if people had guns, it would be an issue. There was a time in Lagos State, someone was driving, and if at that point they had to caution military officers. I think the person had a military thing, and the bike man hit his new Jeep, and he brought out a gun and shot him in the head.
In the head?
In the head, in the middle of the road. That Jeep was burned down. It was that year's Jeep. Okay. And it came down to the fact where they had to start saying stuff that people should not even be giving arms, because if you give a lot of people arms...
We need to go now.
I know. What I am insisting on is the federal government should make sure that there's no more open ranching. You should have ranch. People should not move around with cattle so that the excuse of, ranchers and all that is stopped. State policing should come. When there's state policing and it's effective, I don't think that the ranching issue of the farmers feeling that they can't be protected it will become a non-issue. That's my take.
Thank you very much. We need to quickly run off from the studio. I'm Oyin Priya Krumale. It's been a a very, very nice moment having this conversation with Benga, with Swift, and with you who make comments. See you, Governor. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms. Very good morning to you.
All right, I want to tell you to buy Nigeria, be Africa, be proud of your heritage as an African. My name is Swift Aderito. Have a beautiful day.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school, it was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, because my HSC in Olivet, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time. And I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with UAC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from UAC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from UAC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edu. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees, you can say that again, in different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fella sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But I mean, when we have one or two issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No, nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They're in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33.3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities, some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity, and some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in. He's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, it's not, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, we recapitalize, but not with large gap. You know, the variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences. that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please ensure yourself, and when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you ensure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from day to day, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, they just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. And make sure the husband is well looked after at all times. And don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's the one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from the Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launching was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what to call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting. Because we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country but to the world. And we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem it to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think I gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, Souq Perspective.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dangote, or his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his oldest were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria,
get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to Souq, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, Souq brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On Souq we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, Souq is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
Yes, about policies, government policies, international policies, policies that come from donor agencies, multilateral organizations. We look at loans, who's giving, who's taking. There are a whole lot of indices that we get to look at, and we just talk how our business is faring. Are they making profit? Are they losing? At the end of the day, what do we say that brings profit to those countries? Hello, good morning, and welcome to your long-lost friend, long-lost program. But we are back at the end of the day, so wherever you're catching us or watching us from, this is Souq. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. We always tell you, here we talk, and we have kept talking. We have not stopped talking. Here we look at issues that affect your government. We look at policy issues that affect your government, and we look at money issues that affect your pocket. We ask you basic questions. On your table, is the food still rolling? On your company where you work, are the services still available? What are those things that are pushing development on your neck of the wood? Are we still pushing? Are we still making gains? Are we losing? Where exactly are we? This is Souq, where we talk, and talk we will.
Remember, you have to be part of this particular new regenerated Souq Pulse. So hey, join us. Go to our social media platforms, on your Facebook, on your X Twitter account, on your TikTok, on YouTube, and follow us, like and share. Let's be part of this conversation in this new era of Souq Pulse. A lot has happened while we were away, but hey, we're back, and we will catch up, and we will talk. Today on Souq Pulse, we will be looking and asking ourselves this basic question. The CNG initiative, you heard us, the CNG initiative, how far and how well? That is where we'll be going today. And hey, you know, the government envisioned this particular big, beautiful initiative as a strategic response to the removal of petrol subsidy, that's the fuel subsidy. And it was aimed at reducing transportation costs. It was also aimed at curbing inflation, leveraging Nigeria's vast gas reserve, and creating a cleaner energy ecosystem. However, the implementation is plagued by, in quote, some misalignment between top-down policy and bottom-up reality. What is the ambitious timeline? Where are we? What are the funding gaps? Where are we? Infrastructure deficit? Where are we? And the lack of coordination among stakeholders, among those that are supposed to engage, how have that created a wide chasm between the promise and the delivery? That is what we'll be talking today on Souq Pulse. So you can't miss a single moment of today's episode. My name is Souq, and remember, we have a guest, someone who has been burning to lay his mind bare on this particular topic, where his expertise and consultation has always been needed and consulted for over the years. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome on Souq Pulse again, Honorable Emmanuel Odafe Igbini. Good morning, sir, and welcome to Souq Pulse.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure having you. Hope you're doing great.
We're trying our best to survive.
You are not surviving. You're looking very radiant. Now, let's get to the matter of the day. Now, a lot has been spent, a lot has been budgeted for. The CNG project was in the 2024 budget as it was in the 2025 budget. Monies were put down in the 2024 budget, about 130 billion to be precise. Monies were also put in the 2025 budget. Now, the government is looking at private initiative, looking at monies, about 1.5 billion investment. But roughly about 900 and something has come from private investment into this particular thing. But now let's start from the basic. Did we initiate this particular project? Talking about the presidential initiative. Did it come prepared, or it was just a child that came out of necessity after fuel subsidy was removed? Let's start from there.
Whether it came out as a child of necessity, only the government can answer that because I'm not part of the government. But all I can say is that it is rather unfortunate that we seem not to have a clearly defined policy in our country, particularly when it comes to the petroleum sector. And what bothers me a lot, because that is my primary constituency where I earned years of experience working in the heart of it, the production department. The petroleum sector of Nigeria is the heartbeat, the treasure base, the big heart of Nigeria. Nigeria is respected. Whoever emerges as president of Nigeria, that person is worshipped by world leaders. Not because of the person's intellectual capacity or anything, but because that person is the president and commander-in-chief of an oil-rich Federal Republic of Nigeria. It defines our economy. Our national security is also a function of how well we manage our petroleum sector. So I would have expected that, having gotten it right far back in 1971, when the then military government of General Yakubu Gowon took the right decision by telling the then Share BP that enough, we want to take over the control of our petroleum resources. And having done that, they came up with the 1969 Petroleum Act. And that act vested the entire petroleum resources of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in the hands of the people of Nigeria, taking it away from the share BPs and the rest of them. They went further. General Gowon went further, and his team went further to say, okay, how do we now move forward to maximize the benefit of this God-given resource? And then they decided to join OPEC, the oil-producing and exporting countries. Then we had, of course, the founding fathers of OPEC, the leaders of Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and a few of them there. And what is the objective of OPEC? Clear. It has to do with what? Taking control of their God-given petroleum resources, managing it for themselves, and also using it to create industrialization that will enable their children and generations yet unborn to also key into the industrial revolution of the world. Go to those countries, you see what they have done. We got it right initially, but as we progress, we lost focus. Now, why I'm laying this background for Nigerians to understand is because of the question you asked, whether moving to CNG was a deliberate policy of the present government led by President Tinubu, or it was a child of necessity, which means, haven't put a stop to the fraud for the years of fraud that we call fuel subsidy. We now appear to be in a quagmire. So what do? And then suddenly refineries are not working. And then maybe suddenly someone says, okay, why don't we turn to CNG? As if CNG is something that you just start, boom. And then everywhere you have energized everywhere, and then all vehicles are now running on CNG. How? That is why I have never supported this haste with which they force Nigerians to swallow line and sinker this thing they call CNG. If you know, on your program, I've been very, very consistent. CNG, no for now, not the way we went about it. We have a problem, and we cannot shy away from that problem. And that problem is that our petroleum sector has been grossly mismanaged after, up to the early 80s. Thereafter, mismanaged. We are no longer in control of the petroleum sector. People just come in and they steal. In fact, the amount of crude oil stolen from Nigeria today is mind-boggling. You see, so instead of us rallying around whoever is our president to say, let us put an end to it and let us take back our petroleum sector, control it and manage it and develop it for the interest of our country and our generation and the one yet unborn, we are now looking for quick fix. Oh, they will now come from somewhere. What you need now is a solar system. Solar energy is the alternative way to go. Abandon your petroleum sector. Go solar. We now jump to solar. The government will now pump in billions and billions of naira into solar. The next day came, we are talking about a global war that is so environmentally friendly, so anything that has to do with petrol, diesel, forget about it. Let's go what? CNG. And then we jumped into CNG. At another point, they say, it is now electric-powered vehicles. We jump into electric power. So you can see that we have no focus.
Okay, but hold on, Honorable. First, I want to say thank you for taking us back and giving us a brief history of your expertise and the petroleum sector. Now, we are here. You said we jumped, good and fine. The jump has happened. We are right in the middle of the pond. So let's talk numbers and ask ourselves those particular questions. And I want you to, just the way you openly and honestly drop it, the way you see it, let's also go there. Now, for this particular CNG that we got into, the presidential initiative, that's where I'm coming from, we saw in 2024, there was a budget of 130 million for clean transition, in quote, clean transition, going to CNG. Now, we now saw Also, government trying to fund conversions. The kit, conversion kit. The government also trying to tell other private initiative, hey, open up pump station, open up CNG stations. This is where we are right now. Before this time, majorly maybe truckers were the ones that were using the CNG. Then those that, in quote, bought some cars from outside this country and saw means of getting that particular fuel. But where we are right now, let's ask ourselves this particular question. How far, how well? Are these conversions really paying off? Can we put a figure and hand to the number of cars that have been converted, be it for free or be it on paid terms? Who is converting? Where are the centers? We only saw in Lagos and in Abuja and roughly in Port Harcourt. Can we specifically say that the 130 million has been judiciously put in use?
Well, my brother, you cannot get me to now become a PRO of the federal government. I have no business with the federal government. I would have loved if you invited, I think they have a young man they appointed as somebody in charge of this presidential CNG initiative. I wish he were here. But let me now go straight, so as if I'm avoiding it. You see, you talked about government funding what? Funding both the conversion and provision of the kit.
Yes.
You see, we have a problem in this country. I've told you, that's why I gave the background. With due respect to Mr. President, he's being grossly deceived. I was the one who advised him to be Minister of Petroleum Resources. I didn't advise him to appoint people who will deceive him. He's being deceived because he does not know the oil industry. Yes, he worked for Mobil as an accountant. What does an accountant know in the petroleum sector? Their own is to, push figures. But I'm talking about the real sector itself. Now, what business has government with conversion and kits, provision of kits? You ask yourself, you're in Abuja, I think you're in Abuja or Lagos, I don't know. How many vehicles have been converted to what? CNG? Where I live, we just saw some few keke, few tricycle, what we call keke here. Some few weeks ago, you can count them. I'm not sure they have even probably up to 20 or 30. How do we control like this to deceive ourselves? Even in America we're talking about, how many vehicles are on CNG? Far back 1995, one of the cars I bought those days, it came with a CNG tank. Of course, I removed it now. Removed it. You see, when we talk about CNG, is it that you people think that CNG is just what you go and buy in one market and then you feel like you're having your LPG, cooking gas? No. The difference between CNG and LPG, the process of producing a CNG is almost like also setting up a refinery. Because first of all, what is CNG? It's a natural gas, which means natural gas, then compressed. Where do you get the natural gas from? It's also from the wells, where you have also the petroleum or what you call crude oil. Let me explain it basically. When we explore for oil, there are some wells, some formations that are more of gas, far, far more than crude oil, while some are of crude oil more than gas. So it depends on what the company or the country desire at a particular time. If, for instance, I think Qatar is more of a gas-producing country. So their focus is always looking for what? Wells that are of high gas content. So it is from those wells that you just naturally produce the gas, and then when they come to the surface, you compress them to very, very, about less than 1% of their initial volume. That's why I see all those CNG vehicles, especially the trucks, they carry some few cylinders and that can take them for hundreds of kilometers. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is that it is not easy just waking up and saying you are now producing CNG. To the best of my knowledge, I don't know how many CNG companies we have in this country. One of my friends, in Abuja, is a foreigner, but he has an LNG, greenfield, along very close to Port Harcourt. How many of those do we have? So when people or a government just wake up and say, oh, now that we have stopped fuel subsidy, the refineries are not working, Nigerians are complaining, price of petroleum product has increased. What? Oh, so let us go for CNG. You are reading out figures. How many millions? Is it in dollars or we said 130? I'm very sure you're referring to millions. That is running into billions.
130 billion.
Oh, wonder, can you imagine? So what have they done with that money? Wasted.
Well, I think we need you to give us more of the answers because you play in that particular sector. And I think your first line when you said you advised the president to be the Minister of Petroleum, I think I remember very well, and I was present when you did it. So we also hold you liable to some of these decisions because this is where we are.
I have no regret.
Okay.
Yes, I have no regret. I advise the late Muhammadu Buhari, President Muhammadu Buhari, may so rest in peace. I also advised him to be Minister of Petroleum Resources. And when the likes of senior comrade Chief Olisa Bakuba SAN were very angry, they filed an answer and said they're going to court, I flew from Warri to Abuja that I want to join in that suit because I know why I asked that whoever the president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria should be a petroleum minister. Because the kind of mafia, you heard Dangote shouting last year that he never knew that they are mafias. I laughed. In 2019, I was on a program on one of, I don't know if I should mention the TV station, 6 years ago. And then they asked me a question about Dangote coming up with his refinery, and I laughed. I say he's going to meet a real challenge that he has never experienced in his life. And it's going to be tough. And it's already happening with the Pengasa and Nupeng taking on him. That is just the first step. That is to tell you how complex and complicated the petroleum industry is all over the world. So it is not a Tea Party thing. That's why I insisted that only the president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces, I was referring to a Buhari or a Tinubu, or maybe by God will you become the next president, God willing. I will still insist that since you are the president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces, you should be the petroleum minister because it is only you that has the constitutional power as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces to deploy the armed forces against those petro terrorists. See what Donald Trump has done in the U.S.
Okay. Why we look at where we are right now, let's now start asking these questions that I also want
to... Very important, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Quickly, let me make the point.
Go ahead.
You know, you heard that Donald Trump had to declare full-scale war against drug importers, hard drug importers into the U.S. Yes. Using the armed forces. That is why I said, for Nigeria's situation, our worst enemy is or are the petro terrorists. You find them in the IOCs, you find them in the private companies now owned by Nigerians. Those are the ones stealing the crude oil, not all these 2 drums and 3 drums that some of our boys have not holding brief for them, that they steal and do some conversion for. The big thieves, quote me, I've been saying it over and over. And you and I cannot confront them. Only, even if they appoint me as petroleum minister, I will tell the president, I will not have power to face them. I have tried it before when I was senior leader. They do me something. 25 years, they kicked me out and I cannot find justice. Only. That is why you see those who are appointed by the president as either minister of state petroleum resources, oil and gas, or the head of any PROC or the head of NNDPR. You see that they cannot do it. What should they do? Are they doing anything? They cannot, because the mafias are too powerful. Dangote to shout, you will know that he has seen something.
Okay. Now we fully understand. Okay, good. Now we fully understand your take when you say the president should be the Minister of Petroleum because he has the power to really effect the changes. Now let's still look at this CNG initiative, the presidential CNG initiative. From your point, you're saying that that focus was a missed focus. But now let's see where we are right now. We have seen people try converting their cars from petrol, PMS, to use CNG. And the cost is between Well, if it's if they get some rebate, between 500 if they get a rebate. If they don't have a rebate, it's between almost 1.2 million. And as we speak, we have barely 54 on paper CNG stations. Are you seeing a possibility where people will see opportunities in this particular sector and invest in stations and in conversions, making it cheaper for us? Is it possible?
Well, you brought some figures that are quite interesting. I say it costs about 500 to 1.2 million naira to convert. Am I correct? I heard you very correctly.
Yes, you are very
now,
correct.
That reminds, let me draw your attention to the 90s. When those days, the first set of what we call Belgian vehicles were being imported. And when they come in, most of them don't come with factory-fitted air conditioner or air conditioning system. So what we now do is that we take our own that has no AC, we take to technicians and ask them to fix. So they get all the parts and try to fix. Do you know that the ones fixed by technicians, you can't compare them with the factory-fitted ones? Once you spend your money in less than 1 year, you pack everything off. You'll be creating more problem for your engine, leaking and all those things. But the ones with factory-fitted ACs, they run for years, just like what you have to. That is the same thing you are facing with the CNG. Are you getting me? You can't compare both. A factory-fitted CNG powered vehicle cannot be compared with the one that you buy kit and then you begin to get technician to feel, because originally the design of the vehicle you are trying to convert to CNG from petrol did not make provision for that. And the moment you begin, I talk, look, I studied petroleum engineering, I studied mechanical engineering, and I studied electrical electronics engineering. So I am talking as someone who is well grounded in these things. The moment you begin to make some adjustment, you're already altering the original design of those vehicles that are not meant to be powered by CNG. But if you are able to buy a vehicle that has that provision right from the factory, that all you need to do is that you just get your cylinder and then you hook up, you have less problem. But if you are going to convert your car to CNG from, my brother, the problem is like us who converted. We tried to fix AC when our cars were imported, we didn't have AC. You understand? So what I'm trying to say is
I understand.
The solution is simple. Can we have Mr. President having that patriotic courage to give a marching order to the board of the NNPCL to go and fix the refinery for us? I have told us we cannot run away from it. All this will be what the essence of the CNG. The CNG was okay. The first of all, to Nigeria, that once you buy CNG, the cost of your fueling your car is reduced by more than 50%. Isn't it also? That was why Nigeria went there. I even heard recently that the prices have gone up again. The wahala there, I refuse to be part of it. I will not convert. I might not be saying it. I will not convert. Because I know that what we have on ground will not support it. If with my knowledge, I will go and behave foolishly, then something's wrong with me. Or maybe I was not properly trained in the university, and then my certificate should be withdrawn from me. Okay. If you say I'm campaigning against it, yes, I am. Igbini, an engineer, I'm campaigning against it. It's a waste of time, waste of our resources. Let them go and fix our refineries.
Okay. Why are you
looking at let them, I never supported.
Why are you looking at this presidential CNG initiative as a waste of time and waste of resources? Definitely, you will have your reasons. But like I always say, this is where we are and this is where we found ourselves. Now, as we speak, we have had an influx of about $980 million coming in from private quarters. About 980. And you were the first to mention Greenville Energy. Yes, they are also invested in that. But at the end of the day, we are looking for solutions that came after removal of fuel subsidy. We're looking for solutions that should be able to get people to pay less for energy thanks to the cost of fuel. But as we speak right now, just like you also rightly said, Just barely 2 weeks ago, the price of CNG also went up from what it was before. Now, let me put this question to you as a major supporter of the president being the Minister of Petroleum Resources. Aside you saying fix our refineries, that has always been your take from day one. How can this initiative, this CNG initiative, what possibilities, what likely small possibilities can make it work?
I love that. You are not even talking about a larger possibility now. You have now reduced it to what? The slightest possibility. Oh, God. You see, this is our country. We are very funny people. I don't know why we deceive ourselves with due respect. The solution remains simple. Engineer Igbini Odafimani. I have said it over and over, and I will repeat myself. I will make it possible for Nigerians to buy petrol for not more than 15 naira per liter. Quote me now. You see the problem we have in this country. Yes, the president has emerged. Yes, he has to look for people around him that he has known for so many years to give them, empower them by appointing them. But you see, let us be very, very serious for once. Appointing people there are certain positions and certain tasks that you don't look for people you already know. Look for the best in this country. Look for the best in this country. And that is talking about the petroleum sector. That is the heartbeat, the treasure bit, the big heart of this country. If we can't fix the petroleum sector, nothing will move. I have repeated it, let me repeat myself. Mr. President, your renewed hope agenda is dead on arrival if you cannot fix the petroleum sector. Will you go so you continue to go and borrow money from outside to come and do what? And be sharing for people as a well renewed hope? I have said we can fix our refinery and we can sell conveniently a liter of petrol diesel for not more than 15 naira per liter. Quote me now. I've been saying it over and over now. What is the problem now? Okay, come and point me.
Why?
I said it before.
I wish I have the powers to appoint.
I said it before that I want to have access to Mr. President so I can whisper to his ears. Bayo Onanuga is somebody who knows me very well. I interact with him every day. These people, Joe, I don't know whether they love this country or they even love Mr. President. What do you expect?
Okay.
Look at those that he has appointed so far from.
Okay, while you dwell on some of the appointments, hold on. We'll go on a very short break. When we return, we'll let you simmer a bit and we will talk more on CNG because this is an initiative that possibilities amount. Possibilities abound. Possibilities are always there. Now, did we come here by haste? Possible, yes. Did we come here after an initiation that did not work out because of the fuel subsidy removal? Yes. But how can we make the best out of where we are right now? We are still going to keep talking. Our guest is not going anywhere, even while he seeks the appointment and try to get his words very close to the ears of the president. Don't go anywhere. Souq Pulse will be right back.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to Souq Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, Souq Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On Souq Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, Souq Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
Yes, about policies, government policies, international policies, policies that come from donor agencies, multilateral organizations, Look at loans, who's giving, who's taking. There are a whole lot of indices that we get to look at, and we just talk how our business is faring. Are they making profit? Are they losing? At the end of the day, what do we say that brings profit to those countries?
Welcome back. It's still Souq Pulse, and we are here live. Now, we're looking at the CNG initiative, and we're asking ourselves how far, how well, where exactly are we? This rollout happened October 2023, and this is 2025. A lot of monies have gone in, and we are yet to see the direct impact coming from that particular initiative. Is it going to take time? Yes. Is it a sprint? No. Is it a marathon? Yes. But how well and how far have we gone with that marathon? That's what we are talking about. So now, let's get to talk about some of the centers that have come up. Our guest, Honorable, is an engineer for those that are not well aware. He's a well-certified engineer. He is of the opinion that, hey, we can do better with this if we focus on something else. But this is where we are. But now let's talk about what he talked about, having this particular vehicles come prefab, pre-standardized, and not just conversion. But now looking at where Nigeria is right now and the amount of vehicles on the streets, plying our roads, being in commercial, is that something that is achievable? Can we phase out to bring in new ones? That is difficult. So we have to convert. But now let's talk about those converters. Let's talk about the opportunities in these centers. Then let's talk about our car manufacturers. They are honorable. Now I'm coming back to you. Let's look at our car assembly plants. Let's look at our technicians. Let's look at the people that know how or can be trained in getting this done. Is this an opportunity in this particular sector to get Nigerians to face this particular sector and get the knowledge and possibly opportunities for businesses to thrive in conversion and car assembly using CNG to CNG2?
See, my brother, this is a very sensitive sector that you don't rush in. It is very explosive, very dangerous. I hope you are aware of the Papa incident in Norway some many years ago. The oil industry deals with highly inflammable and explosive variables, the petroleum. You saw during the Gulf War how Saddam targeted the warheads in Kuwait in order to distract the Allied forces. Let's be very careful what you are dealing with. You know what they call CNG? That thing you are carrying, that cylinder, the gas inside is highly compressed to about 200 to 300 bar. You will not understand what I'm talking about. Any explosion is more than, I don't know, type of bomb. If it explodes, the damage is better imagined if you have seen videos of them. So when you carry them at the back of your car, God help the person. Because there are some that are substandard. Excuse me, they are substandard. Let me tell you, in the petroleum sector, when the Gowon administration was trying now to follow the footsteps or the objective of OPEC, what did they do? They didn't rush into it. One team first. First team first. They established what they call the Petroleum Training Institute. I'm a product of that institute. I am so happy I went to that institute. How many do we have all over the world? Why did they do this? They knew that they need time to train Nigerians, not in a hurry. You go in there, spend 2 years, then the first 2 years, and then another 1 year to go your HAD. Now they did all of that. Nigerians came from all over the country and then left the universities and came to Petroleum Training Institute here in Efu, where you call Warri. Hundreds were trained. So when we eventually established our refinery, we now had more than enough middleman power, made up of only Nigerians, good to go. And they did go, and they captured the refineries. They ran effectively the Warri refinery and the Port Harcourt refinery, and then the Kaduna refinery. You see, It took time of careful planning. They didn't say, oh, now that we have taken over our oil resource from the share PP, oh yeah, let us rush now. No, they knew that they had to, first of all, take time to train Nigeria, put the infrastructure in place in terms of the training institute. PTI was the best equipped all over the world, in this country. No university that offered petroleum engineering came close to PTI. Go and check. And then the product of that institute many years ago, today, they are experts all over the world. Now, if you want to go into CNG, you just rush people to say you're bringing technicians, you convert them. Look at that cylinder you're looking at. If you know the potential risk of carrying that thing if it is not properly designed, manufactured. In fact, hundreds of kilometers, maybe tens of kilometers away, you will not want to go near it. I will not. Have I not told you? I will never convert my car. Dangote is importing, how many trucks did they import? Did you see that he imported diesel-powered trucks and they came here and said, we want to start using local technicians to fix the CNGs? No, those things came factory-fitted. All those trucks, they are factory-fitted. So they are good to go because I've been issued. The engineers from the factory who designed the entire truck had designed where the CNG, the piping and everything. It's just like Dangote now going out to say, okay, he wants to convert those CNG trucks now to diesel. Let him try it now. Will he not have problem? We'll have problem. So it's the same thing when you, my brother, you buy your car that is designed to be powered by petrol, and then they deceive you to come to Nigeria, and then you come here, they come and tell you, don't worry, come and take John, come and take a free kit. Say no. Say I advise you not to take it. Quote me.
Okay. Why we are quoting you?
It should be a deliberate policy.
Okay, then it should be a deliberate policy to go for CNG. Okay, now, while we are quoting you, say quote you made mention of ability to have seasoned, trained professionals work on this particular conversion if the individuals decide to go that route. You also made mention of having this particular one come from ab initio, having it directly done by the assembly plant from the start. Then you also made mention of original part. Should we be looking at having this as one of the first go-to things to avoid any form of accident? Then also the issue of fear. You mentioned that even if you didn't say it directly. How can we get fear away from the minds of people that, hey, if it's well done, it works. If it's well conceived and well originally done, with original parts, it works. How can you, in this state, even if you are still telling what can result from mismanagement, mishandling, fake parts and all that, how can you also make the people understand that if it is well done, it is safe?
You have been using the word if. Why do you use if?
Because it's a question.
The fear is real.
Okay.
The fear is real. Go to me. It's just like you move into an apartment that is originally designed and constructed as a normal bungalow. And then because of the greed of the landlord, he already decided to convert it to a story building. And then somebody comes around to say, Brother John, this house you are living in, you know the fear. He said, how? See the house, not that house before. Rush, because the man won't collect more dough, won't put more tenants. Now mount out, convert to this thing. Because that is a danger. Waiting. It's obvious. If the foundation is not designed for a story building or two-story building, and then suddenly you now convert it, a greedy landlord now converts it to a story or two-story building, it will collapse. So if I come around and say, John, what are you doing here? Say, this way I live now. I say, please, take off. You'll be asking me, this is what you're expressing fear. It's because it is really to happen. I have told us here, President I told President Muhammadu Buhari, please, with your courage and your track record as a no-nonsense military general those days, now that you have accepted to be petroleum minister, can you put an end to these decades or years of fraud, massive fraud called fuel subsidy? And you know what he said? He later confessed that he was afraid to do it, not because he didn't agree with me that it's a massive fraud. See, but he was afraid, or he's afraid as at that time, because if he tries it, he believes that those cabal, those petro terrorists will mobilize innocent Nigeria to storm Aso Villa and throw him out. So he doesn't want to take that risk. He said it on Arise TV. You can go and check. It's still there. Now, but President Tinubu came and made me proud when he announced that me, I go do am, and it announced it there. No more fuel subsidy. Fuel subsidy is gone. I was so happy, and I remain so happy. But the problem is that I haven't put an end to that fraud because I said fuel subsidy never existed any day. Nobody, no, nothing like that. It just been primitive looting, unpatriotic stealing of our collective wealth. But after he did that, what happened? Suddenly we saw the management and board of NNPCL creating more problem for him by announcing that, okay, now that the president has stopped fuel subsidy, the price of petroleum product has, I think they started from 215 naira, just about less than 24 hours or 48 hours after I made that announcement. That became the problem till today. How will anybody ever convince me that in my beloved country, I will one day wake up and buy fuel for more than 100 naira per liter, let alone 1,000 something? It's been hovering around 890 to 1,000 till this moment. How? How? That is why I keep telling you, leave CNG aside. CNG is not a problem. I'm not against it, but see, the likes of Greenfield, they are into CNG because their target customers are not the keke rider or me and you with our cars. Greenfield supplies industries up to far north. That is okay. But you see, the majority of Nigerians are dealing with fuel for their vehicles, for their tricycle, for their trucks, mini trucks, for moving men and goods. And so they are looking for a very cheap fuel. CNG is not the solution. You don't do it in a hurry. It will not work. It will not work.
Okay, hold on. If you say CNG, hold on. If you say CNG is not the solution for the normal common man, even if Doc will say there are no common men, if you say CNG is not the solution, then what is the workable? The word being, what is the workable solution as we speak? Knowing fully well that the petrol price right now has been deregulated and it's controlled by whoever is selling. So what is the solution right now? Know also fully well that most people don't even have the 1 million to do the conversion in the first place, that you are not in support of. So what will be the solution in your case?
Simple. You see that NNPCL? Scrap it. You see section, what section is it of the PIA that established that NNPCL? That thing should be what? Thrown out of that act. Take us back to NNPC as a corporation. For crying out loud, you cannot, and it is terribly wrong for our collective wealth, our petroleum resource that runs into trillions of dollars. You hand it over to a so-called company you call NNPCL, the same NNPCL that the president will sit and pick whoever he likes and makes members of board, chairmen, and all those things. And then those ones are now empowered by the PIA to say, look, we have given resources of our country into your hands. You manage it as you like. Tell us how much profit you made. And from that profit, keep about 30% of it, and then give us the rest. So they can wake up and tell you, in fact, they did it, not that they can. Under Melekiari, he came and told us how many times that Nigeria, a whole country is owing their company, NNPCL. You did not hear? That Nigeria is owing NNPCL trillions of naira. Hello, I've never been so insulted in my life. I've never. And what surprises me is the fact that even Nigerians who are well knowledgeable in this issue are keeping quiet. Either they are going behind to also be part of it to share and collect their own. How?
Okay,
So
while you are very focused on getting NNPC to work, how will NNPC working put cheap fuel in the vehicle of the ordinary person outside there?
I've told you now. How many times do you want me to repeat?
I don't mind. Keep repeating it, sir, please.
Okay, Mr. President, you don't hear me again. Let me repeat. I told Bayo Nanuga, I told some of your close aides, I want to see Mr. President. After you welcome some of my brothers here now from Delta. They came to see you to whisper something. I want to whisper into your ear. I campaign for you. I trust that you have the patriotic courage. But you have, unfortunately, I don't want to insult anybody, but those that you have appointed who are also from the industry like myself. By the way, I work for Total Energy E&P. I worked in the production department. I worked onshore, I worked offshore, and also worked the swamp. And so many years, I was in charge of preparing and analyzing the official figure of that company that we sent to NNPC and to Paris. There are many people who are even more knowledgeable than myself in Shell, in others. Who they think the current chairman of NNPC, Engineer Musa Kida, is my colleague. We're all in F. Later Total Energy. Bayo is also from Shell, well-experienced man. But you see, the point here is that you must select people who worked in those industries who were very, very unhappy with the atrocities being committed by those companies against our country for all this year. Because if you put people who are very comfortable with all those things into critical sector like this, they are not going to help to change it. It is normal. We know these things. What me, I have told you, and I'm saying it with us, I'm not joking. Okay. I'm not joking when I say it. Okay. That we can fix. I have the idea that we can deploy. It will not take 3 months. What me, 3 months, we'll begin to have fuel not more than 15 per liter. I say, quote me. If I cannot do it, let them seize my certificates in engineering.
Okay. Right now, you keep going to fuel for 50 naira. If we look at the inflation rate that we have right now, that would be a very tall order. But let's come back to the CNG question we are talking about.
Just don't go there. Don't go there. Don't even go there at all. Those ones, they come and tell you that inflation is double digit, has something to do with it. Let me tell you, my brother, let me tell you, with the petroleum sector well managed, no president of Nigeria has business to go out of this country to borrow a dime. Instead, we'll be money lenders to even international countries.
Okay, from what you're saying and from the direction where you're coming from.
Wait. Let me tell you one other thing again.
Okay.
Do you know the actual quantity, the accurate quantity of crude oil we produce in this country? They tell you it's 1.6 million barrels per day. They tell you that because of the don't one or two things, security has improved, blah, 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 it is now probably 1.7 and people are celebrating. Don't insult my intelligence. Before they started giving out oil feed to Nigerians all over the place, they're everywhere. Now, even most of the oil blocks that were abandoned called marginal feed, they gave to Nigerians and some foreigner Indians all over the place producing. How come that you have more producer and lesser quantity of crude oil? You believe that one? They produce and they steal out. No meters. They are not metering anything. They are not metering.
Put me now. You're really taking us to a different lane where we didn't plan to go. And we'll say thank you very much. Let's just have this one question. I want you to talk to it. The CNG is here. Be it positive, be it negative. From your light or from your talk, it's where we are. Is it possible for us to start seeing these policies really get in the implementation they deserve so that the people of this beautiful country of ours can benefit off the removal of fuel subsidy?
Why do you keep saying that the CNG is here? It's not here, and it should not be here. It is not here.
But it's here.
Do you know, let me tell you, in engineering, we can start a design. I think there are some bridges in Abuja I see some time ago. Okay. You can have an initial design that we need to have a link road from Guzape to another point. I'm not quite familiar with Abuja, even though I visited most times. And then you initially designed that road and but as time goes on and you see need, you can decide to abandon the original design. People say it's a waste of money, but you say, yes, as at that time, you thought it was the best, but now you have seen that a better option. So you block that road and destroy that bridge that you have done. The layman will not understand that you have taken the best decision. They will say, oh, it's a waste of money. That is exactly what, no matter the amount that we have wasted so far in this CNG now, well, it's better than continuing it.
Okay.
Put an end to it. Stop it the way I say we have to stop those flyovers that we initially designed to give way for better design. The CNG, no be so. We can do that later, systematically. Now begin to train Nigerians over some years to be expert in CNG, either as engineers or technicians. Then as we are doing that, we are now, building the facilities to produce those CNGs. But not rush it like that, say because we put an end to fuel subsidy, price of fuel. Now, all those 1,000 something per liter, all those ones are manipulated figures.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We've had Honorable, he's an engineer, Honorable Emmanuel Odafe-Igbini, and he's categorically telling us from his perspective and his experience that the CNG initiative needs a whole lot of tinkering for it to work. Well, thank you very much. We are looking forward to a Nigeria that works, and I know that is what you want, a Nigeria that works. Even if you took us to places where we won't talk about on this table, I promise you, we want to go there, where we really look ourselves in the face and tell ourselves, NNPC, show your books. I want to say thank you very much, Engineer. It's a pleasure having you today. Thank you very much.
A pleasure. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Now, the Nigerian CNG initiative is at a very critical juncture. This disconnect is there. It's not just about delayed timelines. It's about a gap in trust. It's about a gap in coordination and execution and strategy. Now, how do we bring this gap and close it up? A lot of rhetorics that we need less of it. We need to concentrate more on action. We need transparency. We need accountability. This particular rollout plan, I will say from 2023 till now, how significant has it affected the common man on the street? And every stakeholder that is most likely going to invest and manage, how are they going to invest and manage and have profit both to themselves and the nation? Communication is key. People have different opinions. Everyone can contribute to this. We can't keep quiet. So should you. This is Souq Pulse, where we talk, because the success of this particular program is a major indicator of the government's ability to translate policy into tangible benefit. So this is where it concerns me. This is where it concerns you. We all need to put our hands, walk, talk, and walk our talk. My name is Souq, John Roger Souq. It's always a pleasure having you back on Souq Pulse. We'll do this again on Thursday. Let your friend know. Share, follow us, and most importantly, be nice to your friend. My name is Souq. Have yourself a beautiful, beautiful day. Bye.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to Souq Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, Souq Pulse brings you new stories, shaping our world every week. On Souq Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, Souq Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
Yes, about policies, government policies, international policies, policies that come from donor agencies, multilateral organizations. We look at loans, who's giving, who's taking. There are a whole lot of indices that we get to look at, and we just talk how our business is faring. Are they making profit? Are they losing? At the end of the day, what do we say that brings profit to those countries?
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souq Enlightenment.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
Good day to you and welcome to the Midday News. We are reaching you live from our studios at Souq News TV. I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. Nigeria risks losing billions in unexplored wealth if it fails to monetize its vast oil and gas reserves before global demand peaks. Economists have weakened and warned that speaking at the 18th NAEE and the International Association for Energy Economics Conference in the Federal Capital Territory, Professor Adeola Adenikiju stressed that the nation must urgently harness its hydrocarbon resources while scaling up renewable investment to addressing energy poverty affecting over 87 million Nigerians. He noted that the world's transition to cleaner energy, geopolitical tensions, and technological disruptions are reshaping the global energy landscape. Adenikiju cautioned delaying action could leave Nigeria's hydrocarbons stranded as investors shift to low-carbon alternatives. He urged that the government will strengthen or should strengthen infrastructure, attract green capital, and ensure electricity access through solar expansion and gas distribution. The conference themed emerging geopolitics of energy, navigating global shifts and the impact on emerging countries. Also featured calls from global experts for Africa to protect its critical minerals, build regional capacity, and adopt a pragmatic energy transition model, balancing profitability with sustainability. The National Agency for Food and Drugs Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has clarified its recent publication on the withdrawal, suspension, and cancellation of 101 drugs in Nigeria. The Director General, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, said the clarification aims to help the public understand the regulatory status of affected medicines and protect consumers from unsafe or discontinued products. NAFDAC explains that withdrawn products are voluntarily discontinued by manufacturers. Suspended products are under temporary review for regulatory non-compliance, while cancelled products have approval permanently revoked due to safety or quality concerns. The agency emphasized that publishing such lists aligns with global best practices to prevent counterfeit and expired medicines from circulating. Among the affected drugs are Flagyl tablets, a Souq anti-malaria tablets, and several diabetes medication, including Januvia and Amaryl M. NAFDAC said intensifying nationwide crackdowns of fake and expired drugs, destroying over 15 billion naira worth of illegal products in recent months. The agency reaffirmed its commitment to safeguarding public health and ensuring pharmaceutical integrity across the country. Now, Nigeria Air Force has opened online registration for its 2025 Basic Military Training course, offering eligible Nigerians an opportunity to join as airmen and airwomen. According to the Air Vice Marshal A.H. Bakari, the application process is free and will run from October 14th to November 25th, 2025 through the official recruitment portal. Applicants must carefully follow the outlined procedures and meet the specified eligibility requirements. The exercise targets both trades and non-trades applicants between 18 and 27 years old with minimum educational qualification ranging from secondary school certificates to national diplomas. Candidates are also required to meet strict medical, physical, and psychological standards and provide valid documentation, including attestation forms signed by the authorized officials. The recruitment aims to strengthen manpower within Air Force as part of ongoing efforts to enhance national defense capacity. Shortlisted applicants will be invited for a zonal aptitude test before the final selection interview. Nigerian Air Force reaffirmed that the process is entirely free, warning applicants to avoid fraudulent agents and unofficial websites. Now, Indian textile exporters are redirecting shipments to Europe and offering discounts to United States buyers to soften the impact of new tariffs as high as 50% imposed by President Donald Trump in the month of August. The move has hit India's garment, jewelry, and seafood sectors, forcing exporters to seek new markets and diversify trade routes. Industry leaders said the strategy is vital to maintaining production and safeguarding thousands of jobs, with trade talks between India and the European Union nearing a decisive stage. Exporters are banking on a free trade pact that could boost access to the bloc's $135.5 billion goods market. Companies are upgrading factories to meet the European Union's strict standards on chemicals, labeling, and ethical sourcing to remain competitive. The lead to mass layoff and possible relocation of factories to countries like Oman and Bangladesh. The shift marks a broader realignment of India's export strategy as businesses adapt to global protectionism while pushing to strengthen ties with Europe's high-demand fashion and apparel market. Now, China has intensified security on export licenses for rare earth magnets since September, raising concerns among manufacturers and global buyers about potential supply disruptions. Industry sources revealed that license approvals now face longer reviews and repeated requests for additional documentation mirroring conditions during the height of the United States-China trade war in 2024. The tighter controls come just days after Beijing expanded restrictions on rare earth minerals, sparking new tension with Washington. Official data showed that China's rare earth exports dropped by 31% in September, fueling speculations that the government may be quietly limiting shipments of the critical minerals used in electric vehicles and turbines and advanced defense systems. The Commerce Ministry has not commented on the delays, but exporters said the clients are rushing to complete orders before new rules take effect on November 8th. The move comes as the United States threatens 100% tariff on Chinese imports, raising fears of another full-scale trade confrontation. The European Union Chamber of Commerce in China confirmed that its members are also experiencing licensing delays and growing uncertainty, underscoring how geopolitical frictions are once again shaping global supply chains and industrial production. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News TV. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. To stay with us.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, say for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, Souq News Television.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudycenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event, and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, okay? And they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, Souq News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to Souq News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At Souq News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. Souq News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. Souq News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa, the program that celebrates the innovations and ingenuity shaping our continent. Today, Africa's vibrant creative economy meet revolutionary power of generative artificial intelligence, popularly known as Gen AI. Now, this technology already redefining music, film, and art for African creators. Now, the core question is, how can Africa leverage Gen AI to amplify its unique cultural narratives, unlock massive economic value, and of course, leapfrog into a global competitive future, all without losing the essential, authentic human touch? This is Just Africa, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoy. I also have Omevi Idola. So glad to have you here in Just Africa.
Good afternoon, Olumide. Good afternoon, Lagos, Nigeria, Africa, and to you, wherever you're watching from across the globe. Welcome to Just Africa.
All right, now, so for those who don't understand what Gen AI or generative artificial intelligence is, it's just a kind of program that studies patterns. It generates pictures, text, stories, and all that. It is what we have come to use nowadays for writing scripts, from writing even programs like this for essays, photo edits, and all. It can do a whole lot of things. And it's a lot of people are even contending that it's making some people lazy at school.
True. Yeah, but as much as some persons claim that it's making some persons lazy, we cannot also deny the fact that Gen AI, that's generative artificial intelligence, is making our culture to be supercharged. Now, this is it. We are no longer just doing the normal art thing. We're not just doing the normal culture, because what we're talking about right now is creative economy.
Yes.
So when the artists, the musicians, the filmmakers, and the fashion designers, let's not forget that, their work are being projected globally with the touch of AI. Now, the thing is, you can use this generative AI to enhance our traditional adire. We can use it for anything that relates to our culture. We are projecting it at the global level, no longer what we just do and just keep aside locally. Someone out there can see our adire and say, okay, maybe a little more pattern, a little more design can enhance the acceptability of our African artifacts. Be it adire making, be it beads making, be it everything, even music. But there is also a whole lot of questions behind that too, because you're going to ask, by the time, I hope I get to answer that otherwise, by the time you use AI to generate maybe a particular beat or a particular script, and it happens that, boom, that music becomes a hit. Who claims ownership of it? Is it the AI or the existing knowledge that the AI was built on? Because there is nothing like it is new. It was built on an existing knowledge, even if you are using AI to enhance it. So.
Well, for the creative industry, because I know much about that, depending on where that beat, instrument, music is gotten from, some of these AI websites, they have what you call royalty-free samples, whereby you don't have to pay any amount, any royalty, or any fee back. So it is free of charge. You can use it for as much as you want. It will even generate a license for you. So depending on where you get that from, some you might have to pay. So you have to also be sure wherever you're generating that from, be sure it's royalty free. That's the key word.
So a deep knowledge of all these things is very, very key.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Now, today's topic is Africa's creative economy, bridging technology and culture with generative AI. Africa's vibrant creative economy, valued at $58 billion. It captures less than 1% of the global export due to fragmented IP laws, limited capital access, and slow digital adoption. And as Gen AI and digital platforms revolutionize global content creation, the continent risks being left behind. Now, in this episode of Just Africa, we examine how technology can unlock the immense potential. Today, we sit down with Samuel Ngadi, an expert in Gen AI adoption and founder of My Gig Sport. Our conversation, of course, will explore how digital innovation can professionalize the creative sector, strategies to improve the efficiency and enable cross-border market. Now, this essential policy, infrastructure, and capacity building strategies are needed for sustainable transformation. We are here to help Africa's creative sector formalize, scale, and of course, maximize its contribution to the continent's gross domestic product. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we're revealing our guest and we kick off the show. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Just Africa. Now, the topic for today is Africa's creative economy, bridging technology and culture with Gen AI. Now, joining us to unpack this robust topic is Samuel Ngadi, co-founder Magig Sport, former B2B and Gen AI adoption leader, LSEG and Moody's. So glad to have you, Samuel Ngadi.
Thank you, Olumide. I'm really happy to be here. It's been one that I've honestly been looking forward to. So thank you for having me, and it's a pleasure to meet you.
You're welcome. Now, so let's start off. Gen AI, generative AI, or Gen artificial intelligence, whichever way you might want to call it. These are tools that can rapidly generate images, music, or text. How can this technology act as a powerful amplifier, especially for young African creatives who might lack traditional resources?
I think you touched on a couple of keywords that I want to buttress. You've touched on the fact that this is generative AI, meaning that it is generating content, or it has the capability to generate content. You've also mentioned the word that I think is quite interesting in being an amplifier. I think very importantly, generative AI stands to help accelerate productivity and creativity if used in the right way. And for young Africans out there, young Nigerians, I'm Nigerian, and I've seen a lot of value from leveraging generative AI in my over the course of my career, but also in my personal life outside of work. I think it can definitely help supercharge and accelerate creativity and productivity if used in the right way. In terms of, but it's very important to understand that AI is in itself a predictive engine at its core, but it is driven largely by data. So the quality of the data behind AI, generative AI systems is crucial for the ability of the system or the platform to generate the relevant content that can amplify productivity or growth, as you mentioned.
All right, thank you very much, Samuel. Now, Africa's creative economy contributes over $58 billion annually, yet its global export share remains under 1%. So what structural or digital barriers can explain these discrepancies?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good question. I think that there are a couple of barriers, and you touched on it when you were doing the introduction. I made note of that. As you mentioned, a lot of structural issues, right? We can touch on the fact that the creative economy in our continent, in Africa, in Nigeria, is largely operating in an informal space. So when I say informal, it means a lot of things are done outside of formal systems, outside of platforms, outside of systems, and a lot of things are done via word of mouth, via informal arrangements. And this in itself is a challenge, being that our ability to track our export and our contribution on a global scale is largely dependent on the data that we're able to capture, right? And we can only capture this data where majority of the activities in this space are done on systems. And so the fact that a lot of the creators and the creative economy mostly operates in an in the formal space is a bit of a challenge. We have other challenges around intellectual property enforcement, around the availability of data systems. I touched on this a bit earlier, and also like ability to verify records, and which then plays into the ability of investors to invest more in this sector, because there's a lot of opacity, if I use that word. So, for example, but we've actually seen some growth and some improvements in this, in that you can touch on music streaming platforms like Spotify, like Apple Music, that provide the ability to distribute music onto a global audience, but also provide data analytics for the artists and for the listeners as well. This is only possible because that interaction has moved from, permit my use of this word, from Alaba to a digital platform. And so, what the ability of us moving the creative economy from mostly informal systems to more formalized systems and digital platforms is very critical, absolutely critical to bridging the gap and increasing our contribution, taking us from that 1% that you touched on to maybe double digits of contributions to global exports.
All right, thank you very much. I love the fact that you talked about moving from a certain level to a bigger platform. But you have worked with bigger companies, or let's say some very big companies, both internationally and locally. And now you will also agree with me that the way the local or African artists or creatives, rather, are using the AI is quite different from those in other continents or other countries outside Africa uses it. What are those differences that is still stalling us backward?
I mean, I think thanks to globalization, we have easier access to these platforms in the first place. So I have, if I was based in Nigeria, I have access to a lot of the same AI models that someone in San Francisco, for example, has access to. So from that perspective, I would say we do have um, reasonable access to, reasonable levels of access to the solutions, generative AI solutions and platforms, to be able to leverage them in the same way that people in, to your point, more developed countries are using them. I think so. Some of the challenges that exist would be technology might potentially still be a challenge. Access to quality internet connectivity. We've made massive strides in this space already, but this is still a challenge because there are a lot of regions in Africa that do not have the same quality, the same access to quality internet that for example, someone in Lagos might be able to get better access to internet than someone that is in a very rural community, and that's a challenge, right? And being that a lot of these solutions and a lot of these platforms sit on the internet, sit on cloud-based systems, not having quality access to the internet kind of impedes on your experience of these systems. So this is one challenge. And I mean, working globally, working with having a lot of experience from global companies and working with in and outside of Africa, what it shows is that what I've been able to gather from this is, and this is, I mean, this is my personal experience, is these technologies are down to what you make of them. Like I mentioned at the beginning, there is the role that data plays in generative AI platforms specifically. And when a creative, bringing this back to the creative in the economy, when a creative sits in Nigeria or sits in Kenya or Ghana and puts in a prompt on a generative AI platform, expecting context-based outputs around our local environment, if there isn't data on the local environment, they cannot get the sort of output that they need to make a clear decision. And so we need to generate our own data. We need to generate our own data as African creatives, as African countries, the African continent. We need to generate our own data that's relevant to our markets. And again, this goes back to the conversation about around systems and formalizing a lot of the workflows and the procedures that we have in the creative economy. Because we can only generate this data when we've platformed the solutions or the workflows that we currently carry out in the space.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Now, I love the fact that you touched some of those problems like the power supply, the internet and data and the likes. So would you agree with me if I said that the tech, this Gen AI, is only meant for the rich, maybe those in the urban setting, because here in Nigeria, for example, Up Nepal is still the anthem till today. So are you saying, or would you agree with me that only the rich can, or the technology is actually developed for a certain class of people?
I I would I would say that, I mean, you're touching on a lot of economic related issues here with that question, and it's actually it's a very topical and very interesting question. Um, the technology itself is developed for, and it's a lot of these platforms are now open source, and this is coming from developers' perspective, right? But a lot of these technology platforms are also operating on what we call a freemium models. So where you have the base tier of these platforms that's free of charge and accessible to everyone, and then to kind of go deeper and get access to more features, you then kind of have to subscribe and pay a subscription fee. And I think so from that perspective, being that the technology itself is available for free from the creators of these platforms, I would kind of deviate a little bit from saying it's built for the rich. I wouldn't say it's built for the rich necessarily. I would agree that there are economic challenges that a lot of African countries, not just Africa, I mean, globally, there's economic challenges everywhere, right? But there are economic challenges that we need to take into account. And these definitely play a part on accessibility to these tools. But that said, and those challenges would come more from the 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 network providers, for example, right? I mean, cost of data isn't a lot of things, and not just data, but cost of things generally going up. A lot of African countries are dealing with inflation. A lot of African countries are dealing with challenges to exchange rates, different currency regimes, and these all play a part, right? Because again, these technologies are imported technologies; they're not developed locally, right? So these definitely play a part. So while I get your point in saying that this appeared to be developed for the rich, I would kind of deviate slightly to say it's actually available, and with the right environment. And again, this is where the government kind of does come in, and a lot of the other private sector players can actually come in to help make these tools readily accessible to people that need them.
All right, thank you very much, Samuel and Gadi. Now, from your work at LSEG and Moody's, what lessons can African creative startups learn about digital transformation on an AI adoption?
I think digital transformation generally and AI adoption more specifically, they built on the bedrock of trust. So I would be more likely to migrate my processes to a digital platform if I trust that platform, if I believe that this platform is using my data for what they say they are, if I believe that the data, the outputs from these platforms are relevant to me specifically and relevant to the questions that I'm asking the platform. So trust definitely sits at the bedrock for these systems. And I think if I go back to my experience working in financial services and for these financial services providers, we were able to gain quick adoption because people already trusted the data, a lot of the data and a lot of the output coming from these companies and from the services that we provided. And so when we go on to add an additional layer in the form of AI, they know that we have implemented, for example, guardrails around the data, making sure that these systems aren't looking outside of our data. They're looking within our data to source for answers to the questions, right? That users are using the platforms for. So I think trust is very critical, is a very critical bedrock, like I said, for digital transformation and for AI adoption. And so creative startups they don't need to rush into, oh, AI is a topical thing, let's build AI. I think it's very important to own the data, create the data, and I've said this a lot of times already over the course of this interaction. Own the data, create the data, clean up the data, essentially sanitize the data, and making sure that the data that we have is valid, right, for the market that we're looking to serve, i.e., the African market. If I went into, and I'll try to give an example with some of the AI platforms. If I went into an AI platform and asked specifically for information about Ondo State, for example, you might find some answers, right?
Yes.
But you might also find that a lot of the answers are based on foreign context and not local context. And that's because a lot of these models are trained on data that is global, international, foreign data, so to speak. And so it goes back to having our own data that is relevant to our own local context. And again, we talk about having platforms, right? When African startups, creative startups, when we're able to platform our processes, take for example, I'm looking to, as an entertainer, I'm looking to perform at a live event, for example, and that process is documented, and I'm able to generate analytics as part of that process to see, okay, I'm a live band, I've performed in 50, 100 different places, and these are analytics I've been able to gather from, and hopefully I can get to touch on some of these analytics down the line. These are the analytics and the data points that I'm able to gather from these. I'm then better able to use these to train my AI model such that when I ask a question, it's giving me answers based and rooted on the context that I've provided it, as opposed to asking a question on data and it's giving me responses from the UK or from China or so from somewhere that doesn't really apply to my specific situation.
All right, thank you very much. Which is what some of the things you mentioned is what I wanted to touch further. You mentioned trust, you mentioned data sourcing. So, and of course, one of the pros of AI, generative AI, is that it also can generate false or biased information. You spoke about if you ask it for certain questions, it would generate those answers based on probably external, outside the continent. It's giving you answers based on what it feels about a particular country, outside that country, not from within that country. So how can we now personalize it to give answers based on what is actually happening inside? How is the data sourced? How can we source for data? How can young professionals tap into this, what I call it, vacuum? Yes, vacuum, and make it better, to serve better.
I mean, like I said, data is, this is very popular saying, data is the new oil, data is the new currency, right? And there's data in literally every interaction across the creative value chain. And so it belies on us as Africans, as people that are looking to build for our environment, to platform, to identify these data points, to digitize these processes, basically undergoing that digital transformation and having these data points available in a form where it can then be interacted with by large language models. It's not all doom and gloom, I would say, but definitely the key to unlocking the quality of responses and the quality of outputs that we get from generative AI, and ultimately driving generative AI adoption in our part of the world, lies in being able to create data points that are relevant to us. So what does that look like? It looks like, if I'm an artist, if I'm a photographer, I'm keeping records of my activities, of my transactions. I'm keeping records of what I'm doing on the day-to-day basis, because ultimately this is data, right? But I'm not just keeping records of these for myself. I'm keeping records of these, and again, these are obviously without putting out their personal information that potentially could be used to harm someone, right? But data points that are relevant to the field, right, of photography, for example, to the field of music, to the field of arts, right? Curating these data points and making these available in such that we're able to then say, okay, based on all of these data points, we can see that the uptick of music grew 25% in Africa, grew 22% in Ondo State, grew 50% in Lagos, right? And so it sits on us to be able to generate these data points. There are a lot of businesses, there are a lot of startups that are all currently doing this, but they need to be encouraged and they need to do more, and we need to do more.
All right, thank you very much, Samuel. I love the fact that you talked about music, and you also agree with me that AI Gen has helped music to get, or African music to get to the global stage. But most times when we talk about AI, Gen AI, we don't talk, for the creatives, we don't talk about the script writers. We don't talk about the painter who uses his brush. We don't talk about the makeup artist. We don't talk about some of those people, the bead makers. We just talk about the music aspect of it. What do we need to do to ensure that both script writers, animators, artists, and the rest of them in the creative industry, what do we need to do to ensure that they get the same global recognition that those in music are getting today?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I mean, we've done really well with music and Afrobeats in particular on the global stage. And again, this is thanks to, probably reiterating it, we have a lot of platforms that have been able to push our music, our artists out there. I think the same thing needs to potentially work for the kind of the point you touched on, like the craft industry, right, which still sits within the cultural space, right? So craft, you're talking about bead making, that falls within craft, right? I wouldn't say I'm an expert in handcraft making, but I mean, from a technology perspective, I think technology is definitely the tool that can bridge the gap between our local markets and the global market. I think we need to do more with technology, right? We need to have technology systems that are able to empower these creatives in these kind of these spaces that you mentioned that are in the minority to then, I mean, put their work out there. There are a couple of platforms out there. I wouldn't, without kind of naming too many names, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to mention names here, but there are a lot of platforms out there that actually do help creatives. You touch on Adire making, for example, that actually do help these creatives to put their work out there to a global audience. It's creative goods, the creative services export ultimately, and these would then, by having these on the system, this would feed into the data point you touched on earlier, the 1%, growing that 1% to 50%. I can tell you that there are people that make beads, beaded products that actually have a global market, right? Many of these local bead makers you have in, I don't know, maybe Ikorodu or somewhere, they actually have clients abroad as well. But we don't know that. We're not capturing that data because some of these transactions are happening very informally, right? Which is why I touched on informality being one of the big challenges. Some of these transactions, some of these activities are happening very informally. So there's no way for you and I and for the UNESCO, definitely, I think touched on UNESCO at the beginning, to know that these things, to see these numbers, because they're not on systems, they're not on platforms, there are no data points that they can actually feel and touch.
All right, thank you very much. I want to take you back to photography. You once talked about it. And these days, we've seen videos and pictures flooding the internet with the same kind of maybe photos, just changing the face or some part of it. Now, apologies. Somehow, Nigerians are known to be copycats. We know how to do the same thing. Once everyone is going this way, everybody wants to go in that direction and all that. So we keep flooding the same work on the internet or somewhere. Now, with the invention of Gen AI, don't you think this will even make it worse? That people will just, okay, I subscribe to this platform, and they keep bringing out same design, then the issue of originality becomes a very, very, very big one.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very topical debate, and I mean, I would have been surprised if this question didn't come up, a question around this. I think it's very topical right now. There's a lot of debate around the originality, intellectual property side of generative AI output, right? And if memory serves me right, even in the film industry or the video game animation, in one of those industries where, and I'll answer your question. I'm just trying to kind of connect this to something that's happening in real time, where you have, and this was resolved rather recently, where you had the voiceover actors and going on strike and pretty much taking it out on the video game animators because they're worried that I could essentially use AI to create Olumide or Imobe's voice or Omebe's voice and have you sit on a picture or on a video pretty much talking. All right, I have your voice, I have your likeness, and a lot of these things are very deep fake that they look very real. And so this is a challenge, right? And ultimately, the voice actors, one, sense that they've been able to kind of create barriers around their space and the use of their voice and their likeness. And I think for photography, the same things could apply. Obviously, it's creativity, right? And there's a limit to how you want to regulate creativity to avoid stifling the process. But we can definitely introduce some standardization, right, to how photos or how creative content are produced. The issue around ownership still persists. I'm not sure I can really comment on this as there's a lot of legal nuance to that, but the issues around ownership and sovereignty of these outputs still persist.
All right, thank you very much, Samuel. Now, financing remains a challenge, for African creatives. Could tokenization, crowdfunding, or even digital payments play a role in scaling their businesses?
Oh, 100%. I think so. I definitely think that crowdfunding is tested and trusted. I'll probably start from that. It's tested and trusted, and there's so many platforms, even African platforms as well, that can help creatives to generate or raise finance via crowdfunding. I think for both, you mentioned crowdfunding, tokenization. I think the key thing with and digital payments. I think the key thing with each of these, and there's probably a lot more, like there's direct investments, right? The key thing with these is identifying what works best for the creator and what ensures that you retain a decent level of ownership of your craft, of what you're putting out there, of your product. Now, crowdfunding can definitely play a part. A lot of crowdfunding platforms do exist. I think the key thing with them is a lot of these platforms expect you to do a lot of the heavy lifting already before you go onto a crowdfunding platform. And so it's very important to be aware of the different nuances of these different platforms. When you mentioned tokenization, there are actually a lot of new startups that I've come across that have created tokenized kind of products that allow people to, and their fans especially, to kind of buy into a portion of their, or like a share of their output. So for example, a photographer can tokenize their products in such a way that fans kind of own a percentage of these products, and they're buying into the products, right? So they're raising money via this. So I mean, and these tools currently exist for creatives, and they can play a role in definitely scaling the business. It just has to be the right one for the right creator and the right creative output.
All right, so drawing from your FX and AI experience, what system or compliance framework are most critical for scaling creative businesses?
Okay, that's I think it's very unusual one to draw parallels from, right? Foreign exchange and the creative sector. But then again, there are definitely similarities you can draw. With foreign exchange, for example, it's a highly regulated market, right? You have a lot of oversight from central banks to kind of external regulators, but also you have a lot of, again, important things that need to be reported. So things like an audit trail, right, for transaction, things like KYC, anti-money laundering, tax documentation, compliance, basically, that exists in the foreign exchange market and global FX space. I think with in bringing this to the creative industry, I think it would definitely help um, to have some level, at least, of standardization of compliance. There's been talk about how the Nigerian, I'll say Nigerian because I've heard this more particularly for Nigerian, about how the Nigerian industry has pretty much been funded by questionable funds from questionable means, right? Some people say Yahoo funds, and again, if we are drawing parallels from the foreign exchange markets, then you'd want to include some level of KYC to where the funds that are driving creative products are sourced from, right? You want to have contracts, actual contracts. So today, especially in the informal space, for example, I could hire a photographer or a live band to my wedding and to my event, and we just have a verbal conversation rather, and that's done. There's nothing documenting. There's no guardrails in place to make sure that the quality of the service is exactly what is expected. And this is again something we can bring into the creative space. Contracting, we can definitely bring in contracting and standardize this not just for the blue chip creators or creatives, but across board, right? There's something to be said about that.
All right, thank you very much, Samuel. Okay, so you have been in this line for a very long period of time now. So I want to ask, how do we even measure success for artists or for creatives? How do we know that, yes, this generative AI is actually helping those people? Is it by the popularity of their artwork or by the money in their pockets? I want you to use maybe one of your success stories to answer this question.
Yeah, I mean, that's a strong example. That's a strong question. I think, it's always that kind of that constant debate for creatives, passion versus commerce versus enterprise, right? Am I doing this for the love of this thing? Am I doing it for the money as well? So I think that platforms such as MyGigSpot are there to make sure that both are adequately satisfied. And what I mean by this is building infrastructure that helps creatives to turn their talent and their passion into enterprise, into commerce, into a source of income, but also serve as a growth engine for the continent's future, for Africa's future. So take, for example, you have a saxophonist. He loves to play the saxophone, and you would wake this guy up and they would play the saxophone just for the love of it, right? But by helping this person, giving them access to digital tools, platforms that help them from the point of discovery through to payment verification, and creating that structure. So from discovery to booking to contracting, and even down to payments, right? We're able to generate data along this entire value chain. That also helps these entertainers look back and see, okay, this is what I've done from beginning of the year to this point. This is what I could have improved on, and these are the steps I need to take to improve on my craft, not just based on intuition, but more based on hard raw evidence and based on hard raw data. And I think having technology, having generative AI, generative AI, like I've always mentioned, is reliant on the quality of data. So I would say rather having digital platforms is a first step, and having creatives leverage digital solutions and digital tools as a first step towards helping them be more successful. And then we can then go on to talk about having AI as a layer on top of that.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Samuel. So We all agreed at the beginning of the show that the generative AI is meant to supercharge our creatives, to help our culture. But you also agree with me that AI, to a very large extent, is built on English. But we have Nigerians, we are Africans, and we have diverse languages, and that includes Pidgin English, Yoruba, and so many, many other languages that we have. Don't you see that AI, language is a kind of barrier? How do we actually make this, bring generative AI into the picture without losing the authenticity of our language? That sweetness of Pidgin English, that sweetness of Yoruba. Because I've seen some AI and you want to hear our normal O sounding in an awkward way. So what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, no, I mean, these platforms, all digital platforms should really, I believe, I would say that all digital platforms should amplify our culture, shouldn't dilute our culture. Yeah. I think if you look at how our Nollywood and film industry have done this, they've actually done a really good job. Something as basic as having a movie in Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo, but going on to have subtitles in English and French retains that authenticity in the conversation, right? Or in the interaction. And I think that digital platforms, we need to integrate our Africanness, our arts and culture into these platforms, either in the form of very detailed metadata, or just having the background and having it being traceable across on digital platforms, so that anyone anywhere having access to these tools and looking to generate African content can actually do that, because they can be sourced, and the owners of the content or the source of the content can be adequately licensed and credited.
All right, thank you very much, Samuel. Now, what skills or talent development is necessary for African youth to thrive in a technology-driven creative economy?
I think we need to improve our education curriculum from primary to university levels, for sure. We talk about now prompt engineering, about being a very key skill. So knowing how to craft a prompt is absolutely important. I think every creative now needs to be I strongly believe needs to be an AI augmented creative, in the sense that you can do what you do, but you do it even better and more efficiently with AI. And so skills around prompt engineering, skills around just basic statistical analysis, right? Skills around understanding contracts, intellectual property. These we need to have, and there are a lot of organizations, there are a lot of government efforts around helping upskill African youths in this front, and they should really be encouraged. They should be encouraged to continue.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now, let's move on to another question. Traditional African arts and culture, how can they be integrated into global digital platforms, while also maintaining authenticity?
Yeah, I think we have touched on this a bit earlier. I think where I give the example of like having subtitle, for example, on a movie on Netflix. So you have, thinking of a Nigerian actor, I don't know, big Nigerian actor speaking the language. You can give me an example if you want it.
Okay, the Afolions, any of the Afolions.
Right, exactly. You can have them. You can have Jennifer or Fowles speaking in Pidgin English, and you know how Fowles likes to mix it up. But you still have the subtitles, and that makes for an interesting dynamic, in that you have someone that isn't. So it's a local content, but we're packaging it globally, right?
Yes.
I mean, I live in the UK right now, and you still come across people that would speak Pidgin to you, right? And I think it's so interesting, because these people, they could only know about this from Nigerian Nollywood films, and so we've got it right with the film industry. We need to kind of translate these into other subsectors in the creative industry.
What about fashion, music, and the rest?
100%, 100%. I think even with I think with music, we've got a lot of things going really well. Our music has been able to export not just our sound, but also our culture and our way of life, right? And I think with fashion as well, I think it's very important to keep that traditional. So it's so interesting. I mean, I've come across someone that makes winter jackets with a Souq, and I think it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. And all of these things were keeping our local vibe or local quality and the local essence of what these fabrics, given fashion, for example, keeping that local essence, but making this accessible to, I mean, a winter jacket. If you live in a cold region, you wear a winter jacket regardless of who you are, right?
All right.
So
thank you so much, Samuel. So do you see big companies in Nigeria, international and multinational companies, coming in to invest into this generative AI for creatives? Because most times people don't really, companies rather don't find that interest in investing into creatives because they feel they don't know when the money is going to be out. They don't know whether this song is going to be a hit or the person is going to make money. So with generative artificial intelligence, do you think that you can actually bring in investors?
Platforms like investors, I would say that investors, they want to make a return, and no one can blame them for wanting to make a return, right? Platforms like MyGigSpot exist to convert to make the creative bankable, right? To make them investable. And it goes back to the data conversation. I feel like I've said it so many times already today. I think with data, you can make a case for investment from not just in investors, external investors or direct investors, but to the question Olumide asked earlier about tokenization on digital payments around those are the points you mentioned. Basically, different forms of investment. These can only be made possible where you can show a track record,
exactly.
Where you can show the data. You have the data backing up what you're saying. So if I look at my platform, I can see that I've had, over the last 6 months, I've had 500 bookings and I've earned, my revenue uptick has gone up 50%. And then I can say, okay, this is from January to October. So by December, I can go, okay, there's 30 December. I can project to say that my revenue might even go even further up by another 50%. And then this is the kind of data that an investor would look at and say, okay, I can actually see potential. I can see what this person would do with additional investment, or what this creative can do with additional investment. And I'm speaking on the creative as an individual, but also creative startups as well. The same thing applies to startup entities.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, finally, before we go, for investors watching, what are the biggest untapped investment opportunities in the intersection of African creativity and Gen AI?
That's a strong question. There is a lot of talent in Africa, it goes without saying. I think you can invest a lot in platforms that are looking to provide data in this space, because data is the fuel that would drive further growth in the creative economy and the creative industry. So investors listening, look out for platforms and systems that are able to generate data and insights that can give more tangible insights and more tangible help build a picture of what's going on in the industry with actual numbers.
All right, thank you very much, Samuel Gadi, I beg your pardon. Samuel Gadi, thank you very much for your powerful thoughts. Thank you for joining Just Africa today. We do appreciate your thoughts.
For having me. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting topic we have there.
There is a lot that the creatives can actually benefit from this conversation.
Yes, there's a whole lot.
A whole lot, really. And I feel that they've really not tapped into it that much. We're still doing the kind of copycats. So I understand the part that, yes, like one of the questions you asked, the finance aspect. Yes, you have to subscribe to some of these platforms for you to be able to use their softwares and all the AI tools available there. So, but notwithstanding, you also the generative AI has also put the African culture out there on global stage. Apart from music, like Samuel rightly said, our fashion has also gone there, and our movies to a large extent they are also there. So I still believe that with time, every other sector, because when you talk about creative, people just mention movies and music. It goes far beyond music and movies. So I know that with time, every other sector or every other part of the creative industry, we key into this, and of course, Africa will scale well.
Yes. Talking about music, I've seen a couple of sites whereby all you just have to do is type the type of song you want me to compose. It will compose the song from scratch to finish. It will tell you the key of the song, the melodies to play, everything from bottom to top. That's how powerful Gen AI is. We have been discussing about Africa's creative economy, bridging technology and culture with generative AI with Samuel Ngadi, co-founder of GigSport, former B2B and Gen AI adoption leader, LSEG, and Moody's. And this has been an insightful conversation. Our conversation with Samuel Ngadi highlights that Africa creative economy has talent, but it needs structure, digital adoption, and strategy to compete globally. Platforms like GigSport demonstrate how technology and AI can professionalize operations, generate data insights, and of course, open new revenue streams. From creators, the call to action is to think beyond borders and adopt tools that formalize and scale their work. For governments, policies, and infrastructures must support these transformations. And for investors, Africa's creative technology sector offers untapped, high potential opportunities. This is Just Africa. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll start off with the second segment. Stay tuned.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souq News.
where we explore ideas, innovations, and of course, investment shaping our continent's future. Now, non-communicable diseases, NCDs, such as diabetes, hypertension, and cardiovascular conditions are rising rapidly across the continent. Now, according to World Health Organization, WHO, NCDs accounts for 37% of deaths in Africa, with dietary and lifestyle factors contributing significantly to this burden. Now, on this segment, we will look at preventive healthcare in Africa, nutrition as the foundation for healthy living. So joining us to unpack this robust topic is Dr. Souq Oreoluwa Adenuhu. Now, Dr. Souq Oreoluwa Adenuhu, fondly known as Dr. JP, is a wellness physician, nutrition coach, and preventive health advocate. Now, as she leads to Eat to Wealth, she empowers individuals to take control of health through nutrition. Now, Dr. JP has also contributed to Africa's Nutrition and Health Summit, workplace wellness programs, and digital health initiatives, making her uniquely positioned to guide this conversation. Welcome, Dr. JP.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for joining us on Just Africa. Now, Dr. JP, could you explain the current burden of non-communicable diseases in Africa and how nutrition plays a role in prevention?
All right, then. Thank you again for having me here today. And I mean, just like you rightly said, there's been a rise in non-communicable diseases. But first, I would also like everyone to know that non-communicable diseases are diseases like hypertension, diabetes. I mean, things that we naturally would say can't be transferred from one person to another. And today, as we have about 7 out of 10 deaths being caused globally by non-communicable diseases. So there really is a great need to pay attention to this category of diseases, like what used to be predominant in terms of, the infectious diseases are now being overtaken by the non-communicable diseases that I was speaking about today. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. You said non-communicable disease, but are they hereditary? Because sometimes in diabetes, you have a particular family saying, "Oh, we have diabetes in our family." So, if they are non-communicable, are they also hereditary?
So, when we're considering diseases generally, we talk about risk factors. So, when you take into consideration the risk factor for coming down with a disease, right, the likelihood that a family member has had it also increases the likelihood of another person in the same family line having it. And, there's the place of genetics. There's also the place of the environments that these people are growing in. And then there's a place of the cultural practices, right? The cultural and the social practices that have already been adopted by these people. So those are also things that would contribute to one being predisposed to those diseases.
So it's not hereditary. Disease like diabetes.
So we would say it increases the risk. So a risk factor, for example, if you come to me today and then I'm asking you, "Oh, are you diabetic?" You say yes. And then I ask, "Oh, do you have a family member who was diabetic?" Then it means that because the practices, right, have been the same or are somewhat similar, then there's a likelihood that you would come down with the same disease. But also, like, studies are also like being conducted, right? And then we find that, okay, the likelihood of one person having it in that family also, just because of the genetics, also increases that person's risk of having the disease as well. So you would not exactly tell me it's hereditary, but where that now comes into play is once we are aware that there's a family line or a family history, then we start to pay extra attention to that particular person. And that's where prevention now comes in. That, okay, what are the practices or what are the tests or what are the things that we need to put in place so that this person doesn't also come down with the same illness?
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. JP. Or Dr. Souq Belumi, so we don't just call you JP. we want the people to hear your name and know the name very well. All right, so I want to ask, when we talk about healthy nutrition, what's your definition of that word, healthy nutrition?
Okay, so most times people often say that when we say healthy nutrition, the immediate thing that comes to their mind is, "Oh, are they about to start telling me to eat grass?" Like, are they about to tell me to stop eating the foods that I like? But really, that's not what we're saying. We're just saying that you should have a portion of everything that your body needs per phase and per time, right? And I'm saying per phase because what a child would need, it differs from what someone that is already in their 40s would require for them to be stable or for them to be fit health wise. So when we're talking about elderly nutrition, first off, we identify you where you are, right? That's like the spectrum of healthcare or preventive healthcare. We identify where that person is at that current time. Are there illnesses being managed? Are there diseases being managed? If none, what is it that this person requires for their current lifestyle? Some people may tend to be active than others, right? So that's where all of those questions come, and then we start to say, okay, your balanced diet will play out for you this way. So, but based on general research, we already know that as one tends to grow older, there's certain foods that they should cut down on, and then there's certain things that they should eat more of. So that's when we start to recommend that, okay, you should have more of vegetables, right? So it varies per individual because of course, there are general rules that apply when we're talking about nutrition in general. And that's when we start to say, okay, ensure that you have your balanced diet, you're getting your vitamins, you're having your vegetables. But at the same time, we do recognize that each individual is different. So when it comes to a person, you want to identify where they are in their health status and then advise them onward from that point. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Now, healthy nutrition, healthy food, the foundation starts from our kitchen, if you agree with me. Now, you also, I need you to tell us, what is the real definition of balanced diet? Because most times when you tell people, eat a balanced diet a day, they'll tell you, doesn't mean I have to eat, my food must contain all the classes of food and all that. So when you're talking about a balanced diet for one day, how can one actually achieve that?
Okay, so good question. So while it's true that it starts from your kitchen, right? Whatever it is that you're preparing from the kitchen, you already started making that decision from let me say, from the grocery store, from the supermarket, or from the markets where you're getting the food items that you want to prepare. So take, for example, someone that has, maybe a particular staple food in their house. And I'd use the commonest staple food that we're all familiar with, right? For someone who wants to have maybe a portion of rice and now start to ask, okay, how can I enrich this rice? Do I just eat, plain white rice and then lots of palm oil stew, or how can I make it richer so that I say this is a balanced diet? So you are considering your protein. You already have your carbohydrate, right? You're considering the protein that you want to add to that meal. You're considering the vitamins that you want to add to make it bulkier or even to make it richer, and then even the fiber foods. So things like your vegetables. We always advocate for vegetables because like your vegetables contains the vitamins, it contains the minerals, it contains nutrients that would aid even your metabolism or the breakdown of those foods that you're having generally. So balanced diet is you are having a portion of those classes of food in your meals as much as possible. Now, some people may have a challenge of saying they want to incorporate every class. And the way I just like to think about it is just to think holistically, right? That's where we'll now start to say that, okay, so if you have this, when you add your for example, maybe your eggs or your fish, right, to your rice, and then you say you add your vegetables. And when we say vegetables, we're not only talking about the salads, like even the local vegetables that we have, they're rich enough. That's the ugu, right? The shoko that we have. They're also rich vegetables that can be added to improve that particular meal. Now, talking about how they're prepared so that the nutrients are not lost, that's already also another discussion. But yes, it does start from the kitchen, but it also starts from the point where you're making the decision to buy those food items before placing them in your kitchen. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Let's talk about your initiative, Eat to Wealth. Now, your initiative, Eat to Wealth, focuses on nutrition empowerment. Can you share some examples of measurable impact on communities or even individuals?
Okay, I mean, since we started, we've been able to reach over, well, about 3,000 people. So, very recently, we had a nationwide campaign that we started for secondary school students, just so that we could address that issue early on. Because for most adults, I mean, by the time you see an adult, their behaviors, their habits have already been formed. So, we then decided to say, okay, let's take it to the schools and then start them on this right education, even the health checks, and just help them to make better choices generally. And we had significant impact from that because not only did we get to, identify where they are for those kids at that point, we're able to do the health checks for them and also like carry on that effects to their families. Because one thing with children, whenever it is that you get to, enlighten them, they also carry that on to their homes. So for us, it was a ripple effect. And beyond that, right? We've also like convened the Pan African Summit where we have different stakeholders in healthcare, in nutrition, in agriculture, because I mean, our farmers play a major role in the foods that we consume. So, right from the soil, even to our plates, right? Just having conversations around that on how we can collaborate better and ensure that all of these non-communicable diseases are reduced in the different arms where we find ourselves, even involving the workplace. And so we've had that. And even in the corporate space, we've had organizations that we've worked with. And what we've done for them is to ensure that their staff are enlightened on better health practices, health and wellness practices, and also even programs for them that they can carry out even within their organizations that are both practical and sustainable. So we've had across all of that spectrum. And, for me as a physician as well, I get to, speak with lots of people per time about their health. So it cuts across the individuals, the families, and even on a communal level. So far we've been able to do that, and of course for us is to ensure that every African has the knowledge, the tools, and whatever resources are required to help them get closer to health with every meal that they have.
All right, thank you very much. Now, let's talk about workplace wellness. We live in Lagos, or probably, let's not just in Lagos. We have a lot of blue-collar jobs whereby sometimes you get to sit for hours without eating, or you sit and you're just eating. So workplace wellness programs are gaining attention globally. What evidence supports their effectiveness in reducing disease burden and improving productivity?
Okay, so I really like this question because I also find that a lot of us spend good number of hours at our workplaces. I mean, you're at your workplace for maybe about 8 hours, if not more. And what then happens is whatever it is that happens there, it influences your health outcomes on the long run. So now we have a lot of organizations that are implementing and emphasizing that their employees should have first off like their annual screening. So there's something where they get their annual wellness checks, right? And things like their blood pressure is checked. Things like their blood sugar, their cholesterol level, we have that checked. And usually we're able to pull out people that are either at risk of having these non-communicable diseases or have already started developing them. And something about workplace wellness initiatives is you find that because you're all in that space, right? And you happen to be there over a period of time. So policies are implemented that can even help curb or that can even help maybe enhance better health practices. So I'll give an example. There's an organization that we had worked with, and what was in practice was no soda drinks. So the no soda drinks being sold maybe at the cafeteria, at work, or whatnot, whatever it is that they want to get. Maybe they get water and then natural drinks that have been made. Another thing that was done is they encouraged like clusters for wellness programs. So each cluster has a target that they're working towards, and if people have health goals that they're trying to achieve, I mean that is mentioned. So the workplace is a central place beyond the family setting or even beyond maybe the social gatherings that we have. We spend ample hours. Simple practices like okay, you don't use the lifts. Like you literally find places where things like that are written that you can take the stairs. Right when you get to work, take the stairs instead of taking the lifts because that way that's some form of exercise that you're also practicing. So those are practices that have been implemented in certain workplaces. And I mean, you find that they're not only healthier, they're happier to work, their productivity is increased, and even absenteeism is reduced in the long run. So I'm sure for every organization that sees that this is the outcome, you definitely want to embrace this more. So yes, it's something that is working, and I do hope that many more organizations will embrace it.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Souq Pelumi Oreoluwa Adenuhu. So we'll go on a short break now, and when we come back, we'll continue with the program. Stay tuned.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board (CMB) was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. These resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the Millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for Souq News.
Welcome back to Just Africa. We're still discussing with Dr. Souq Pelumi Oreoluwa Adenuhu. We're talking about nutrition and the rest of it. So glad to have you back.
Thank you so much.
Yes. So you talked about, I'll take you back to something you said earlier, that when we talk about nutrition, we have to start from the farm, not just the food on the plates. Now, there is a research that's going on at that right now. Most of our crops have been, or maybe processed food have been adulterated. So we don't get that organic product that we are meant to eat, that's supposed to give us the amount of nutrients that the body requires. What is your take on that?
Okay, so interestingly, I'd mentioned that, and thank you again for having me here. I'd mentioned that we have an annual summit, right, where we have stakeholders in healthcare, in agriculture, and, issues like this were also raised at the inaugural edition that we had. So Currently, we have a lot of innovations going on in agriculture. And while there's the place for organic farming, because I think that's what you were referencing, like when you were speaking about having foods like being close to their old state. So we have organic farming, right? And then we do have, of course, other methods of farming that involve utilizing maybe some form of growth enhancers for the crops. But again, it goes back to us adopting certain innovations. Now, we know that there are certain foods that may have been adulterated, right? But that's where policies now come into play because, as it is, as individuals, we may not have certain control over certain food sources, right? Because for most of us, I mean, you go to your supermarket or you go to the market, wherever it is that you're sourcing your meals, and what you just do is to buy. But you don't know what has happened, at the high level, maybe in the form of these items being mass produced. So that's why we also work together with the government and then, I mean, the ministries of agriculture. So they set up the policies and state that, okay, these are only the certain kinds of foods that can be grown and even in this certain manner. So they are able to implement and to state that, okay, certain restrictions should be placed on how foods are grown. And whenever it is discovered that it's harmful, I mean, there's a lot of debates that is going on now, right, about growing foods in a particular manner. But when those policies are implemented, then we know that, okay, we're at least closer and then even safer to consume these foods. But of course, it's important for us as well to take that responsibility of knowing where the foods that we're consuming come from. I know over time, I mean, there's urbanization now that has happened. But even for us, we also encourage, because it's also part of health, right? That you can even practice things like urban gardening so that at least for your vegetables, you know that you're having them and you're able to consume them fresh, like no matter how little it may be. But again, we work together, okay, say with the government, and then you know that right up from the top, they're able to implement policies that prevent foods that are harmful or being grown in harmful manner to people to be constantly be grown. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Now, there are regulatory bodies in Nigeria, in Africa, that ensures that the food or the processed food on our shelf in the supermarket or anywhere, they ensure that, yes, they are of good product. You also agree with me right now that there's a recent research that says that there is fluoride in milk. And you know that milk is an everyday food, whether for the child or for an adult. The milk contains fluoride. And some people don't even have the knowledge of this. And you also agree with me that as much as these people are projecting that fluoride is for cavity to ensure that the child has strong teeth, you will also know that it is one of the factors that causes cancer in the body. What role these regulatory bodies that are in charge of food, what role are they playing to ensure that such food do not get to the masses? Are they even paying attention at all? I can give many examples when it comes to food that has been altered with chemicals, chicken and fish and pork and even red oil that we're told we shouldn't be consuming, that is not good, we should be taking olive oil.
Okay, again, like I mentioned, right, the policies that we expect that should be implemented. Am I audible?
Please go ahead.
Okay, so there are foods that there are policies that we mentioned that should be implemented, right? And so that we can just protect people from the kinds of food that they're consuming. But at the same time, something we also do our best to practice or to ensure is we ensure that people are aware of food labeling. I mean, it's important to know how to read the labels on the foods that you're either purchasing or that you're consuming, especially if those items have been packaged. So I know sometimes a lot of us, what we do is we just, buy things and then eat them mindlessly. But now what we're starting to teach people is you should be aware of food labels. Like when you see a green tag or when you see something red on a food item that you're purchasing, what does it indicate or what does it mean for you? Now, that being said, we also all have a responsibility, especially when it comes to, finding out about wrong things or wrong substances being put in food items. Yes, the government has a role to play, but imagine being in a scenario or in a situation where you see this, is it warehouse now, for example, you see a warehouse where foods or drinks or items that will be sold in mass quantities are being repackaged. What they're even being repackaged with, you're really not clear on. So at that point, it's not enough for us to, just take a look and then walk away. We have these regulatory bodies. For example, NAFDAC is one that we can easily reach out to if it's able to search for a number online and then just try to relay that information. So it's a handshake that we have to do on our own end whenever it is that we are aware or that we have knowledge of maybe wrong food substances that are being placed in food items. Then we can raise or we can call the attention of the regulatory bodies to it. And of course, that's why we also have this platform for advocacy, where we always bring the government on board, like the government bodies, and then ask them, okay, what is being done? What are the ways in which we can curb all of these situations or these food items that are being distributed? And we know that, okay, these items are not healthy for people. So someone has to be held responsible. So I'd say it's two way. One, on our own end, being responsible. And yes, we should be aware of the food labels, the labels of what it is that we're consuming. And then also engage in forums, right, where we're able to meet on with the government bodies and then discuss the challenges or discuss even whatever it is, reforms that can take place so that the foods that we're consuming are healthy for the larger number.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now, let's talk about education. How can nutrition education be effectively, integrated into schools, universities, and community programs?
Okay, so you recall that I had mentioned that we started a nationwide campaign this year, and so far we've covered 2,000. I mean, the aim is to reach 10,000 students, right? And what we see is at this level, right, across the educational platform, we have the students, they're eager to learn and they really want to know what it is to help them even prevent some of these illnesses, particularly if they've seen firsthand maybe their relatives or their parents come down with these diseases. So it's easier to catch them that way. So we often encourage the teachers that first, let's implement it or let's have it inserted into their
Please go ahead. Dr. Jesu Pelumi, I think your mic is muted. If you can quickly unmute your mic.
Across the schools, like in the curriculum, that so it's incorporated, and then just say maybe during their home economic session, the students are able to have that nutrition education. So they get to understand, okay, what is a balanced diet? They get to understand what are the things that should be added to make their meals richer, right? So introducing it to the curriculum is one way. And even recently we had engaged in the conversation where we're asking, okay, so what more can we do, with the schools? How can we implement nutritional tool where we know that, okay, the students are being taught even the nutrition practices, just practical things that they're able to work with and even replicate in their homes? How can we introduce that across board in their school so that they have better knowledge of it? So yes, introducing to the curriculum, having like the wellness session. So it could be that in a week in schools, we have principals that have already joined in, and what they're doing in their own schools is to say that, okay, so they have particular days where they have health education, or they have particular rules or policies where they say there is a no soda day, like they don't have the kids bringing soda at all. So we have principals that have already embraced that. But introducing it into the curriculum will do a lot more good, even to prevent most of these illnesses.
All right. Furthermore, women and children often bear the brunt of poor nutrition. So what targeted strategies can empower these groups, to achieve better health outcomes?
Okay, so right now we do have a couple of empowerment initiatives that are running for women. I mean, I think almost everywhere you look, you see that there's a women program that is running, or there's a program for, to empower women. And yes, the quote does always say that when you empower a woman, you're empowering a nation. And because women are like the key decision makers when it comes to a family's meal or a family's health and then what it is that they're consuming. So I'd say that even incorporating like sessions like having the nutrition education even into those empowerment programs, right, also would play out to help with better decisions when it comes to food consumption in the family. So, first off, that empowerment is being done to say, okay, they're made financially better or they're made more financially capable. So when they have that, they know that, okay, I'm able to dispense this budget in a certain manner to consume or to purchase rather the foods that will be better for my family. So on one hand, that can be done. So we have should I say, simultaneous empowerment of those women, even in terms of their finances and also in terms of their health as well. They're running these programs together. And then for kids, so we do have a lot of focus on infectious diseases for kids. And even when we're looking at it, you start to say, okay, are these kids malnourished? But while we're paying attention to that, we also need to understand that Africa is even at a higher risk of suffering double burden of diseases because yes, we're still tackling with infectious diseases and now we still have the non-communicable diseases. So again, it boils down to education. I mean, just mass educating the women, mass educating the kids, wherever it is that we have the platforms, then you're able to say that, okay, we have a higher chance of curbing or even reducing the risk of having non-communicable disease in general.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Jessup Pelumi. So you talked about educating the woman, the girl child, and the children generally for those that can understand that. And just as Olumide asked, and you responded by saying that this information can be brought into home economics classes, curriculum. Now, you also agree right now that as much as the awareness is being created, people are being educated, there is still an aspect of poverty. Many people feel that they cannot afford some of these basic needs. So what would you advise people who cannot afford some of these things, especially people in urban areas? Those in the rural areas, some of them would be able to do some planting, little gardens in their compounds, in the farms as well, and they will be able to produce some of those things. But how about those who cannot afford it in urban areas? Poverty.
Okay, so thank you for the question. And I mean, I think this is one question that is always raised because the mindset that most people have is to eat healthy is expensive. But what I always like to say is that you start from where you are with what you have, and then you grow from there. And that's why I mentioned again that education is the first step, right? Because then when they have the knowledge that, okay, if I'm having my EBA, right, I'm able to eat it with my egusi. My egusi is also rich. But when I'm eating my egusi soup, what I shouldn't do is I shouldn't put a lot of palm oil in my egusi. And then I can also still add my green vegetables to my egusi to make it richer. Do you understand? So that way they know that, okay, so even if it happens that they're not able to purchase the high-end proteins, like maybe the animal proteins, they're still able to have that and still get some form of nutrients from that. But the advice is always to start with what the family has. So it may be that the family is not able to afford some certain items, but whatever it is that they're able to afford at that time, then they make do with it. So poverty is an interplay of different things. Poverty is there's a social place to it, there's educational way to it, there's the place where we say, okay, we want the government to come into place, but then again, they can't always start with what it is that they have.
All right. Okay, so you are a wellness coach. And right now, there are different supplements that are being sold in pharmacy stores and everywhere around the world in Nigeria right now. What is your philosophy about supplements? Would you encourage people to keep taking supplements if they cannot afford the organic food?
Well, the first supplements that you have are your meals, right? So ideally, your meals contain whatever it is. But then again, you understand that because of the way maybe these foods have been grown, so some of the nutrients may have been lost, and then even their preparation, right? Some of the nutrients may have been lost. So I'd advise that if you must take any supplements, then you should speak to maybe your coach or your physician, actually, your doctor, so that you know that you're working from a baseline And then if it is that you really need that particular supplement, then you can have it. I'll give an example, because sometimes when you take a lot of these supplements, like it's even possible that you then start to have higher values than normal. And maybe because it's not so common in our own climes, right? We may not see something that maybe we are saying we have overnutrition of a particular nutrient or a high amount of nutrient, but it's possible. So that's why I'd encourage that you have your baseline check. So that point of doing your blood tests, you're doing your annual checks to check, okay, what is it that I am missing in my system? What am I exactly lacking? When you know what it is that you're lacking, that's when you can now introduce whether it's from the foods that you're even consuming. I mean, for example, there are certain substances or chemicals in the body that may be reduced. And then what I could say is, oh, you should have more bananas, right? And what I could say is, okay, you should eat maybe more leafy green vegetables just by the blood checks that have been done. So it's important that you start from a baseline before you go to, start purchasing any supplements. Let it be that your physician, or your healthcare provider has already advised on what it is that you're starting, and not that you're just jumping on the trend because that's what is being marketed. So have your baseline checks done. Let it be recognized or identified what it is that you're missing. And then for your stage and age, what it is that you require, then you can now recommend that, okay, maybe this may be an extra that you may need. For your best supplements that you can have are your meals.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Finally, Dr. JP, what immediate behavioral changes, of course, would you advise individuals, families, and organizations to adopt, to move one meal closer to health?
Okay, so first, I would say that you should have a mindset shift immediately first, because your mindset will eventually affect whatever action or habit it is that you decide to form. So the mindset is that for every meal it is that I'm having, like you rightly mentioned, Olumide, that I'm taking myself closer to health and not to death. Because everything you have is either a poison or a medicine, whether or not that we like it. So you're thinking, okay, how can I make this meal better? And maybe I'll speak on two things majorly, because these are like high risk factors that we all find ourselves maybe guilty of in one way or the other. So the consumption of highly processed foods. I mean, we mostly live in highly urbanized settings. And so the tendency for us is to, jump on fast foods, jump on things that are just readily available that maybe may require little or no preparation. And trust me, that's a high risk for diseases. So you may want to curb on the amount of highly processed meals that you're consuming. And then another thing that you want to pay attention to, the salt consumption. I know the bulk of us, we like to taste, and for some people, so that I do not mention any particular brand, but they'll tell you, oh, I don't add this to my meal, but I use this so and so bouillon cube. I don't use salt, but I use this particular bouillon cube to my meals. And all of those things, like the salt content or the amount of salt that you're consuming in a day is significant enough even to increase the likelihood of having a high blood pressure. So maybe in the immediate, I'll just advise on those two things, because it's a step-by-step process, right? It's not something that happens overnight. So you start to watch yourself. Okay, the foods I'm consuming, how processed are they? Can I cut down on the amount of processed foods that I'm having? And then when you're preparing your own meals, how much salt are you adding to the foods that you're preparing? I mean, when you start to do that, it's also building a conscious habit, and you find that you're even healthier for it.
All right, thank you, Dr. JP, Dr. Souq Pelumi Oreoluwa Adenihu, for your insights, and thank you for joining on Just Africa.
Thank you, too.
You're welcome. Today's conversation with Dr. Souq Pelumi Oreoluwa Adenihu highlights that preventive healthcare is not optional. Of course, it is essential for Africa's well-being and economic resilience. Now, for individuals adopting nutrition-focused habits, you can prevent chronic disease and improve life expectancy. Now, for employers, implementing wellness programs promotes productivity and reduces healthcare costs. And for policymakers, prioritizing preventive healthcare in public health strategies is key to a sustainable healthcare system. Remember, every meal is an opportunity to invest in health. This is where we turn knowledge into action for a healthier continent. Join us again on Just Africa, where we unpack stories and ideas shaping the continent tomorrow. I am Olumide Shukoya. See you soon.
And I am Omevi Idolor. Many thanks for joining us.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And In fact, we had it. We didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along the street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse. That's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidilim. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off as a Matthias Catholic primary school on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were our brothers' keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay? So those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition, but generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it, but we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what God called me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing, and I was writing under the name of Akinbodilon. Now, Akinbodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, So one of the roles I played was Akinbodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akinbodilon. So I did a program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters, advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Linters. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akadusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies, because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Souq, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking, and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, look, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. He just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks in a very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. There weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was a policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews.